So I'm going to assume that this might be your first interaction with the field of web development. And so before we start writing HTML and CSS code, I think we should begin this course with a very detailed and high level overview of the field of web development. So in this video, we will take a look at the core concepts such as how the client and the servers interact, what is the front-end and back-end development, what are a static and dynamic website, and the core language and core technologies of the web development. So we will start by understanding all of this from the complete basics right from the moment you search for a website on your web browser. Just keep in mind that these are just a high level overview and I am skipping a lot of internal details and advanced concepts of the World Wide Web because at this point you don't need a PhD lecture on the World Wide Web. Okay, so let's say that we are trying to access codeblockdev.com from our browser, and yes, codeblockdev.com is the official website of this channel, so do make sure to check that out. Now, what happens when we try to access this website? Well, the answer is the browser will send a request to the server where this page is hosted on the internet. So every website and application is stored on something called a server, which is a computer that is connected to the internet and can receive a request like this one. So when we search for any website, the web browser will send a request to the server where the website is stored, and then when the server receives the request, it will take all the files that make up the website and send them back to the browser. So we say that the server sends a response to the browser which essentially contains all of these files that the website is made of. Now you can see from these file extensions we have some HTML, CSS and also JavaScript code here, and these are the three languages that browsers can understand. So what this means is that all of the code that makes up a website needs to be always written in these three languages: HTML, CSS and JavaScript, because these are the three core technologies that any browser can understand. Now once the browser receives these HTML, CSS and JavaScript files from the service response, it will take the code and render the website we are trying to access. And with this, you already have a good understanding of what happens behind when we browse a web page, and you also understood the technology we use to build any website. And this process of writing HTML, CSS and JavaScript code is the process that we call front-end web development. So whenever you hear someone talking about front-end development, it simply means the developers writing code that is displayed in the browser, which is the front end of a website. And in fact, this is what we are going to learn in this course. So very fundamentals of front-end development, which is learning HTML and CSS. Now, whenever the files that make up the website are simply stored on the web server and then they are sent back to the browser, they are called a static website, and this will make a little bit more sense in a minute when we will talk about what a dynamic website is. But for now, just keep in mind that a static website is a website where the files are simply sent from the server to the browser as they are without any transformation. So I hope that from this you learned what is front-end development and also about the three core technologies that make up any website. And so now let's take it one step further and talk about something called backend development. So let's try another example here. So let's try to understand what would happen when you try to access a website like youtube.com. So again, the first step that happens is a request is sent to the server where youtube.com is hosted. Now websites like youtube.com are different from a website like codeblockdev.com, which is a static website. And the reason behind this is complex websites like youtube.com is completely different because there is a lot of content that always keeps changing. For example, on YouTube, every 1 hour, 400 videos are uploaded. Older videos views are updated, new comments are made and videos are liked. More channels are subscribed and a lot of other things keeps happening. And so to make a whole system like this, youtube.com needs a complete system for developing a server and a big database that contains all of the data that is uploaded on YouTube like videos, shorts, comments and a whole bunch of analytical data that is shown on the channel's dashboard. Now, to do all of these, front-end technologies like HTML and CSS are simply not enough. So whatever I will teach you in this course, by using simply that, you won't be able to build a website like youtube.com. So to write applications that are executed on web servers, developers use some kind of backend languages like Node.js, PHP, Python, or Ruby on Rails. So this language takes data out of a database and assembles that data into the final files that will be then sent back to the browser as a response. This whole process is called backend development because this is the invisible part of the website. Now in this situation, we say that we have a dynamic website because the website is dynamically assembled from different pieces on the server, and that happens each time someone visits the website. This is the reason when you visit youtube.com, each time you see a different homepage that is developed based on your search history. You don't see the same content each time. If YouTube was a static website, then the website files would be sitting on the server waiting for someone to access them. So that's the difference between static and dynamic websites. Static files are already completed, and in dynamic, they first needs to be generated by an application that is running on the server, and the rest of the process is the same as before. So the files are now ready to be sent back to the browser as a response, which will then be converted to the final website like this one. So now you understand the complete detail about what is a static website and what is a dynamic website. Now you don't need to memorize all of this, and also no need to deeply understand this process. I wanted to give you a broad overview of what frontend and backend actually are, what the browser and the server are, and also what static and dynamic websites are. So I thought it will be immensely helpful for you to start your developer journey. Now just to finish, let's take a closer look at the three languages of the frontend development. So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And starting from HTML, HTML is responsible for the content of the web page. So whatever you see on the web page like text, images, buttons, etc. are always written inside the HTML file. Then the CSS is responsible for the presentation of the content. So for laying out elements on the web page and styling all of the content that you see. And finally, JavaScript is the actual programming language of the front end. So it allows us to add dynamic and interactive effects to the web page. We can also use it to manipulate the content or the CSS to load data from web servers and even to build entire front-end applications which are called as web applications. We can also use the analogy of nouns, adjectives, and verbs to make the separation of roles here a little bit easier to understand. So in this analogy, HTML represents the nouns. For example, saying that the P element is a paragraph. So paragraph is the noun here. The CSS then is the adjective because it describes the noun. For example, this piece of CSS saying that the paragraph text is black, and so black is the adjective describing the noun. And finally, JavaScript is actually the verb. So like saying hide the paragraph. Okay, so with this, we finished our introduction to web development. So we are now ready to start learning the complete fundamentals like HTML and CSS. So let's now get ready, and in the next video, we will set up our code editor and I will walk you through these steps. So see you in the next one. So do make sure to subscribe and like the video if you like the course so far. See you in the next one. Let me quickly guide you through the development setup that we are going to follow in this course. We need two softwares. One is a code editor and other is a web browser. Now the code editor that I prefer to use while developing my project is Visual Studio Code, and it is one of the most used code editor out there. So to download it, just visit code.visualstudio.com, and from here just click this drop down and you can download the stable version for your preferred operating system. Now the installation process of VS Code is very simple, so I'm not going to walk you through that. You must be familiar about how to install software in your operating system. Okay, it's pretty simple. Now another software is the web browser itself, and so I prefer to use Google Chrome. So just search on Google, download Google Chrome, and there you go. Now if you already have these two softwares, man, that's good, right? But if you want to use another combination of softwares, for example, you want to use another code editor, there are amazing code editors out there like Brackets, Sublime Text. Okay, if you want to use them, and another web browser as well like Mozilla Firefox, feel free to do that. Your learning will not be compromised. Now I will just suggest you to use VS Code and Google Chrome above any other code editor and web browser, because these two are superset while developing any web app. VS Code is extremely fast. It has amazing extensions and plugins that you can see right here. I will also guide you through some of them when the time will come. And Google Chrome is again the fastest web browser in the world, and of course since it is built by Google, so there is nothing that you cannot do in it. Okay, now I already have the combination of these two softwares installed in my system because I do development on a regular basis. So I'm not going to walk you through the entire installation setup. So this was a very quick video guiding you about the setup that we are going to use in this course. Hello everyone, I hope you guys are doing absolutely fine. So in this video we are going to learn to develop our very first web page. So we are going to keep it very simple. My goal is not to teach you HTML yet, and so we are just going to get familiar with the development setup that we are going to follow in this course. And so yeah, for the major parts that we need to understand in HTML, we are going to cover all of that from the next video. Right now just start to code as quickly as we can, and so we are going to keep it completely simple. So in the previous video I suggested you to download two softwares. One is the code editor, which is VS Code, and a web browser, Google Chrome preferably. Okay, and so I'm just going to launch my VS Code, and it is up. Now in VS Code, or generally while developing something, you always need to be inside some sorts of folder. So if you click this icon here, you see it says no folder opened, which means we need to open some kind of folder, right? And so on the desktop I'm going to create a new folder. You can create this folder anywhere, just keep it at a relatively simple path from where you can access them easily. I'm just going to keep it on my desktop. Okay, and normally I keep all of my projects on the desktop, and later when they are done I just move them to Git repository. So you can see I have few of them. Okay, and so now I'm going to name this folder. I will say code block front end. Since we are learning front-end development, I named my project on the thing that we are actually doing. Okay, and again you can name it anything, just name it relatively what you are doing. Hit enter, and that's it. Now to open the folder, just take it, drag and drop it here, and there you go. You opened a folder successfully in the VS Code, and now from here we can start to create folders and directories. Okay, I'm just going to get little zoomed off. I think I'm little super zoomed. So by pressing command and minus, it would be control minus for Windows. So here if you see it says code block front end. Okay, and so these are some menu bars that we are going to use. This is search bar, source control, debug, extensions. We are going to use some extensions, and I will guide you when the right time will come. For now just keep it simple. Okay, so see here we have few sets of icons. Actually you can call it menus. So to create a new file you can click this. Similarly, to create a new folder you can click here, and to refresh them just click it, or this is to expand and shrink the files inside of a folder. So I'm just going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it index.html. Okay, so this is the entry point of your website. So whatever website you see on World Wide Web, the starting of the website is with this .html. So when you write an HTML code, you always write that code in an HTML file. So you create a file called index.html, and I will tell you why do we call it index.html. So always remember that the first page of your website should always be called as index, and then you say .html. Now this .html does two things. First, it tells the code editor itself that hey, I am an HTML file and I want you to show me as such. Okay, and the second thing it does is that it helps the programmer to write HTML code efficiently. Plus, when this index.html will be open in a web browser, then the web browser will say that okay, so I am getting an index.html file, which means that the code written in this file is an HTML file, so I need to render it as such. So browsers default this page as an HTML page, and when it will parse the page, you will see the actual output that this page is intended to output. So here I'm just going to print the default boilerplate of HTML. Now to print the default boilerplate of HTML, just press the combination of Shift and 1 on your keyboard, and here you can see we are getting something called emmet abbreviation. Now don't worry about this too much at this point. I told you we are going to keep it simple. For advanced concepts we are going to cover in the next video. Just hit tab and there you go. Now if you are a beginner, it might look little overwhelmed, so let me get rid of these things real quick, or let's keep it here. Why to fake things? Okay, just keep it real. And from here, so this is the starting position of your website. So whatever you see on the web page goes right here. Here you just have to write simple h1. Okay, again, whatever I'm doing, just follow it. Don't worry, I'm gonna teach you everything. Okay, so just print this left angle brackets, write h1 and close it, and now you see that VS Code is closing it automatically. Now here you just have to write hello and welcome to code block Frontend, and this is the structure of your very first web page. So congratulations for that. Now how to see the output? So to see the output, just open the folder that you created. So code block Frontend, double click to open it, and now here you can see we have an index.html file. To open it, right click, open with, and select the default browser. In my case it's Google Chrome, but again I'm giving you this option. If you want to use another web browser, that's completely fine. I promise you your learnings will not be compromised at all. Just click Google Chrome and wait just a moment, you'll see output. There you go, our page is launched. Okay, so here you see we wrote hello and welcome to code block Frontend, and here we got the rendered output. So this is your very first web page. So congratulations on developing your first web page. Now if you see this title, so what is this title? Well, again I'm gonna tell you everything about details, like what is this meta tag, what is this head, what is this lang attribute, why do we use doc type. I'm gonna tell you everything about everything that is mentioned here. Okay, so no need to worry at all. But for now, if you just change the title, for example, title tag simply changes the title of the web page. You can change it to anything. You can say myname.com. Again, save it. There you go, myname.com. If you want to write something else, just duplicate this line of code by pressing shift option and down arrow. It will duplicate it without copying it. Save the file. You see, yeah, I almost forget to tell you that you need to save each time you make changes to your code. So this white icon initiates that something has been edited and it needs to be changed. So just press Command S, and there you go, you saved your index.html file. And when you reload, there you go, you see the output as many as times you have written the code. So this is a very simple HTML page. Now again, I'm just keeping it completely simple. So from the next video, we are going to deep dive into HTML, and I'm going to tell you almost everything about HTML that you need to know. So I'm going to see you in the next video. Do make sure to like, comment and subscribe if you have been enjoying the tutorials so far. I will see you in the next one. Let's start learning HTML, and I will start by giving you a complete overview. HTML stands for the Hypertext Markup Language. What does this mean? Well, the language here is self-explanatory, but what are hypertext and markup? Please be patient. I will show you what hypertext and markup mean. The first version of HTML was written in 1993 by Sir Tim Berners-Lee. The complete details do not matter to get started, but still if you want to know the complete details of the World Wide Web, I will provide a link in the description, but still, that much detail is all optional. HTML is a markup language that is used to describe the structure and content of the web page. We will see all about this in the next video, but always make sure to remember this: HTML is not a programming language but a markup language. The main difference between markup language and programming language is that a markup language defines a set of rules for encoding documents in a format that is both human readable and machine readable. For example, HTML and XML. You can read them, while a programming language provides a set of commands and syntax that can be used to write computer programs which are understood by the computer. So, a programming language are built on the logic that you express in your program. HTML consists of elements that describe different types of content such as images, videos, links, headings, paragraphs, buttons, forms, tables, and many more elements that we will see while learning HTML. Let's now understand what is HTML's boilerplate and what each line means for the web page. So remember your early school days, we used to write applications to our principal for several reasons, mostly for apologies. So your application had a predefined structure like header, where you would write the address for the letter to reach principal's office, then the subject name, and then the body where you described your query, mostly with words like sorry and apologies and forgiveness to not repeat the same mistake, and then your signature to attest the fake promises that are soon to be broken and a new application will be written. Oh man, I'm missing my school days. I used to break benches and sell their keys in the market to eat ice cream. I have some serious achievements under my belt. Missing my school days, man. Anyway, HTML boilerplate is the same as this application. Boilerplate is the structure. It defines how your markup should be written following the correct structure. So in the previous video, you saw this code. Now let's go through each line and understand what they mean. The first one is doc type. It is very simple. It simply indicates to the web browser that we are using the latest version of HTML, which is HTML5, and by default, we always use this on the top of our markup. Then we have this HTML tag with lang attribute with two parts, opening and the closing part. Everything you see on the World Wide Web is always written inside this HTML tag. Google, Netflix, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, everyone's default code will always go inside this HTML tag. Yes, even this video from YouTube's server is getting shown to you from inside of this HTML tag. Now, this will become so technically if I start to explain this in detail. So we will cover all of this when we will learn about backend development in Node.js pretty soon. For now, just basics is enough. Now it has a lang attribute set to en. Well, it indicates that the web page is written in English language. If you want to write Hindi text on the markup or Japanese or Russian, just change the lang attribute to that language initial to indicate the browser of the page's language. Inside HTML, we have the head tag, inside which you can see many meta tags. Let's understand about all of them one by one. The first meta tag with the charset attribute set to UTF-8 tells the browser to use the UTF-8 character encoding when translating machine code into human readable text and vice versa to be displayed in the browser. Now just understand it as this, that the charset attribute on a meta tag specifies to the browser what character encoding to use for the page. Browser use this information to properly render the web page. Then you have these two meta attributes. The meta attribute with XUA compatible was used for Internet Explorer web browser. It was a document mode meta tag that allows web authors to choose what version of Internet Explorer the page should be rendered as. But now, since Internet Explorer is altogether down, you can delete this tag and there will be no impact on the web page. Since it came with the boilerplate, I found it interesting to discuss here. And after that, we have another meta tag with the viewport attribute. This is to switch on the responsiveness of the web page. I will tell you everything about this meta tag when we will learn CSS cascading style set, and especially when we will learn about responsive web design and media queries in detail. And then we have this title, which is self-explanatory. It sets the title of the web page, and we have seen this as well in the previous video when we created our first web page. And now after the head, we have this body. Whatever content you see on the web page, all content is written in this body tag. In the previous video in our HTML boilerplate, we wrote this simple heading tag and it appeared on the web page. So this is about HTML boilerplate. Let's now move forward and understand the anatomy of an HTML tag. So here I have a simple h1. Let's break it down and understand its each part. So this entire h1 from beginning to end is called an element. Then we have this starting h1, which is called as opening tag, and then we have this closing tag with a backslash that indicates the closing of the tag, also called as closing tag. Whatever you write inside these tags are called content that actually renders on the web page. One point to remember that not all the tags in the HTML require a closing tag. Some of them just have an opening tag such as image, line break, input, link, etc. And so these are called as self-closing tags, and we will see this as well. Now we are done with the complete overview of HTML. This is all the basics that you need to know about HTML to get started. So now let's start the real fun by learning all about HTML. So see you in the next one, where we are going to start writing our markup to develop beautiful web pages. Do like the video and subscribe the channel if you have been liking the content so far. It helps me a lot to produce such content for absolutely free. And with more, I will see you in the next one. Till then, stay safe, happy coding. Let's now start our journey of HTML. So a few videos ago, we were on this same page. We created this boilerplate, and then inside the body tag, we created this h1 that is rendering here. We also understood about what each of these meta tags and these tags in general mean for this web page. And so we are going to learn all about HTML that is required for us to get started with front-end development in general in this simple index.html file. So no need to create another folder and then drag and drop and start from beginning. Okay, so everything that is required to learn in HTML, we are going to cover right here. Now, before we start to learn HTML, I want to give you few suggestions as a form of warning shots before attempting to learn HTML. And so do not take these warnings or suggestions. I would say suggestions, not warnings, but still you can interchange these words. So yeah, do not take these words lightly, because I am sharing my personal experience with you. Otherwise you will waste a lot of time. Okay, so let's see what are these suggestions. So yeah, okay, it is written warning about HTML. So the first suggestion or the first warning that I have for you is you need to clear the basics. You don't have to become a PhD holder in HTML. So just complete the basics and you are good to go. Okay, like simple what a boilerplate means, what does each tag do. Okay, so yeah, and then start with simple tags, and on the way you will learn all the advanced steps. See, you have internet. If you need something, just go and look for that. So again, HTML is very basic. You don't have to memorize each and everything in hypertext markup language. It is as simple as this. You use some tags to build the content of the web page. So just learn simple tags, and when you will start to build website, which we will do by the end of this whole I can say course, we will be building a very beautiful responsive website. And while building those websites, I will teach you some of the advanced steps in HTML that we don't have to remember. Just one Google and everything is there in front of us. Okay, so the third one is, yeah, learn to Google, become self-reliant. Why to memorize each and everything? You have high internet data. You are not living in 1990s. Well, we did not have internet back then, but still, right now the accessibility that you have over those who were learning these things in 1990 is immense. You are miles ahead, so do not waste a lot of time. Fourth one is learn to write good markup. See, what happens is that you learn HTML. Even I knew HTML, but learning HTML is not enough. You must also understand how to write good markup. Now, what do I mean by good markup? By good markup, I mean how to write semantic HTML. Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Do you know what is content separation in HTML? You don't know, right? Whenever you develop a web page, you separate your content in three parts. Navigation goes in header, and then main content goes inside a section that is wrapped inside a main content, and then whenever you are designing the footer, it goes inside the footer tag. This is semantic HTML, the usage of semantic HTML. Don't use div a lot. Now these are some suggestions that I will be giving you, and I will show you practically. Okay, so here I have just written this. I can understand it might not make much sense to you, but please do keep these 4 points in mind, and I will put you in that group of 10% people who knows HTML and also knows how to write correct HTML, because I have seen many folks who know HTML and they also develop very beautiful websites, but when I look at the source code, I figure out that the code that they have written is not fully accessible. Now what does this fully accessible means? Have you ever heard about a thing called screen reader? For guys who are visually impaired, who cannot access your website, there is a thing called screen reader mode in HTML. Their website is not compatible for them. Now how can someone who is visually impaired access your website as well as those who can see? So the visually impaired guy has less advantage to access your website. So HTML is not for those who can see, but also for those who are not able to see. So please use your skill to write code that is beneficial not only for those who can see, but also for those who are visually impaired. They can still access your website. So yeah, writing code is very, very important. So the fourth point is very important for you. Learn to write good markup. Okay, and so yeah, HTML looks easy and it is easy. Okay, only writing HTML becomes little tough because you don't put emphasis over it, and I have not seen any teacher putting emphasis over it. Yeah, no one taught me this. I learned this hard way. I practiced and then I figured out. If I would not tell you this, again you will fall in those tutorial hells and you will think that no, I need to learn all of the tags in HTML, then only I will be able to build websites. No, that doesn't happen. Guys and girls, always remember, do not waste a lot of time learning HTML. It's very simple. 2 or 3 days is enough. Okay, and so CSS looks hard and it actually is, but don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing is hard. Okay, I'm gonna crystal clear everything. So yeah, HTML looks easy, CSS looks hard, which actually is, but again I'm going to make it simple. Don't memorize it, but use it and you will remember it. Don't sit and then start memorizing it, that what does selector do, what does header do. No, you don't have to make notes on that. Just remember it and move on. When you will build websites on these, by building 3 or 4 websites, you are going to remember each and every tag of HTML. So back in the days when I was learning HTML, I used to do this crap a lot of time. I was enrolled in a paid course and I used to make notes out of that paragraph is for P is for paragraph, H1 is for heading. You don't have to do that. I wasted a lot of time. I can't even recall those moments, and I neither want to. So nothing is easy, nothing is hard. It's about practice, which I'm going to make you do anyway. So yeah, let's get started, and now let's begin the real fun. I'm gonna see you inside. Let's now start learning HTML. And so before we start to deep dive in HTML concepts, I want to talk about something called as case. Now this is not the case that you are thinking about, but this case is actually a principle that I believes in. This case stands for keep it simple, stupid. So whenever I am learning something new, or at least something that I have little doubt on and I need to refresh my skills on, I start considering myself at least stupid. Why? Well, because if I were to ask you this simple question, if you meet a stupid guy Well, not those annoying stupid guy, but genuinely a guy whom you think that he or she is quite qualified to understand things, but they are slightly behaving like a stupid. How would you explain a certain topic to them? Well, by simplifying it in the most simplest way, right? So I believe in this principle. This actually means that keep it very simple. Steve Jobs also used to say that stay hungry, stay foolish. If you want to learn something and grow something, never stop the learning phase, and I believe in the same thing. And so this is how we are going to learn HTML. We are going to keep it very simple. See, so we are going to build this very simple blog post, and by building this simple blog post, you are going to learn most of the concepts that you require to learn in HTML to build and actually to write beautiful markups, semantic markups. Okay, and so yeah, we are going to keep it completely simple. And so if you analyze this very simple blog post, we just have this simple nav bar, h1, this image, and some article, you can consider it, some buttons, and then some more resources that will help us to learn HTML in a better way. So this is a very simple blog post, but trust me, 90% of HTML is covered in this simple web page. Yes, it's as simple as this. So here we have a very simple menu bar. So for example, you must have seen, if you want to learn JavaScript, click here. Of course, we don't have an article for JavaScript, but yeah, just understand that how the navigation works. If you want to read about a particular website, just click about us. Of course, we don't have about us for this website, but again, completely simple. You want to contact them, just click contact us. And of course, here on the contact us page in the real blog that we will be coding up right here, we will build a beautiful form here. Okay, and so let's quickly go back to home page, and there you go. Okay, so I'm going to also integrate this beautiful image, and I will show you some of the resources from where you can access these images. Okay, and so let's start learning HTML in the most simplest way possible. So let's now start learning HTML, but before that we need to do some setup so that we can manage our workflow in a little better way. Why? Because again, we are going to follow this KISS principle. Keep it very simple. Keep it simple, stupid actually. Okay, and so if I duplicate this h1 3 or 4 times, I'm just going to press shift option and down arrow, so it duplicates the code without copying them to the clipboard. If I save this, you see, to see the update I have to reload this web page, right? So I reloaded, I see the update. Now this is good, but again, if I keep doing this, it will actually waste little time. So we are going to set up a live server, which means that we just have to work on this development process and everything will be updated automatically. So for that, we are going to use an extension. Now I already have that extension, but again, I'm going to show you how to get that. Just click on this extensions tab and here search for live server, and this is the live server that I'm talking about. So this is from Ritvik Day, almost 3.5 million downloads, 3.3, but again, just download it or actually install it, and then you are good to go. Okay, and let's close the sidebar by pressing Command B, which is the shortcut to close and open the sidebar. Okay, and then if you want to go live, here you can see in the bottom navbar, you would be seeing something called as go live. So I'm just going to dispose the server real quick. So you would be seeing something called go live. Just click it, and if you don't see it, which I highly doubt, you are going to see it. But anyway, if you are not going to see that, just right click and click open with live server, and there you go. Now you have a live server of the web page that you are working on, and so whenever you will make changes to this file, it will reload, it will actually update on real time. Okay, so if I quickly get rid of these extra lines of h1s, and see, this file is edited. So the moment I will save this, did you see that our web page updated on the fly? But if you see, our static file is still not updated, and to update it we have to manually reload. So we are going to use this thing called live server. We just have to work here. We don't have to really think about reloading our web page again and again to see the changes. So yeah, this is one setup that I wanted to talk about. And so let's now move forward, and I want you all to delete this default boilerplate of HTML from here and write all of them manually. The reason why I am telling you to do so is that you can use the Emmet abbreviation tool to generate the default boilerplate. There is no problem with it. However, just as a beginner, to properly learn HTML, we must need to understand to write all of the default boilerplate on our own. So do make sure to delete all of this, and let's do it together. So the first one is the doc type. So it's just angle brackets, left angle brackets, then this exclamation mark, and then you can see that Emmet is already suggesting us that, hey, do you need doc type? So if you click, it will auto complete for us, but no, we are going to write it manually. So I can say doc type, and then after this we have this HTML, then close it. And after doc type HTML, we have the HTML itself. Okay, so again HTML. Now if I close it, you see that our HTML automatically got closed. This is completely fine. You don't have to delete this and then again write it manually. It is completely fine. Just keep it simple, but again do it manually as much as you can do. Okay, and then again inside HTML we have one head tag that contains all the details about the web page, and then the body tag inside which we write all those markup that actually renders on the web page. Okay, so inside here we are just going to write the simple title, and this is the codingarena.com. okay, so this is the simple block that we are going to build. So I'm just going to call it the codingarena.com. okay, so you see the title changed, and of course the body, since it is empty, we are seeing nothing rendered here. To test it, you can just write h1 hello world, and there you go. Okay, so everything seems to be working completely fine. We will now continue to learn how to mark up texts, and we will start by learning about HTML headings, paragraphs, and some more elements such as bold and italic. So let's start with the heading. So the goal of the heading is to break up big blocks of texts into more logical sections and to add a well-defined title to each of the sections. We already learned about the H1 heading, but there are 5 more. So there are 6 types of headings, each creating a hierarchy between our texts, and this will become more clear when we will see the difference that each tag outputs for our code. So we can go all the way from H1 to H6. So I will just duplicate this, and I'm just going to press Shift, Option and down arrow to duplicate 5 times. Okay, because we have 6 types of headings, and then I'm gonna change H1 to H2, then we have H3, then H4, then H5, and then we have H6. Okay, so and you can see that the closing tag is automatically getting closed. So I'm using an extension called as auto renaming tag. You can download that and it will automatically close your tags. Okay, so if I save it, you can see the output. So H1 is the primary heading, H2 is the secondary heading, and H3 is the tertiary heading. So you can clearly observe the visual difference between them. The first one is the biggest of them all, and the last one, that is H6 here, is the smallest one. So now we know how this heading appears on our web page. Let's figure out which one we need to create our blog post. Okay, so if we observe our simple blog website, then we have the name of our website. So this is the biggest heading. Then below that we can see that we have the name of the article, and this is a little bit small, and so this is not the primary heading but the secondary heading. And after this you can see we have one more heading, and this is appearing even smaller than the above two because this is an S3, the tertiary heading. And so remember how I just mentioned that headings are used to break up texts into logical sections. So here in between the texts we have another heading. Right here you can see actually 2 headings. Okay, so let's now create the same markup for this kind of structure. So I'm going to comment these basic introductory codes, and so to comment them, just select all of them and then press Command and /. So when you comment a part of the code, then that is not going to be passed by the web page. So if you save it, you see we see no output because we commented all of those h1s. Okay, and so comments are literally used to comment a part of the code. Of course you can see them as a reference, you can see them, but these are not going to be parsed. And so let's now write the primary heading that we have here in our simple blog post example. So I'm gonna select these and then copy it by pressing Command and C. I could have given you all of these texts as a starter file, and then I decided that no, as a beginner you need to write all of them on your own hand, because that would be doing like a practice. And if I give you the starter file, you can copy them and paste them, but that actually isn't doing practice at all. So write all of these texts manually, and the more time in the beginning you will spend writing markup, the better you will get. Okay, not the more better, but the better you will get. Okay, so I'm gonna copy it, and since I just have a simple h1, I can see this. I'm gonna paste this text inside the h1. So if I save this, you see the coding arena. Now you can see that there is a visual difference. The example page has the coding arena h1 in orange color, but ours is in black color. Don't worry about that, that does not matter. I'm gonna tell you how I achieved that one, but again, just keep it simple, stupid. Okay, and I can see here we have one more heading. This is the secondary heading, so I'm gonna copy this one as well. I'm gonna use the h2 tag and paste it. I'm gonna refactor them real quick, and so you see that our article, our blog post actually is taking shape. And I can see we have one more heading, and this would probably be tertiary, means an h3, which is what is HTML. So let's select this, and I'm gonna write the h3 as well. So h3, this is what is HTML. Okay, so see, this is how our web page is looking so far. So this is pretty close to what we have in the final file here. So this is the structure of our web page. Now one thing to always keep in mind about headings is that each and every page should only have one h1 heading, so only one primary heading. This is not a rule, so technically you can have multiple h1s, it does not violate any HTML rules, but it is considered a good practice to always have just one primary heading per web page. Again, why? As I just told you, h1 is considered primary, so just think about this. Primary itself means most important data, right? So how can a web page have multiple primary data? It is always good to have only one h1 per web page. Now about all the other ones, we can have multiple of them. So now I can see down here we have one more heading, and this is also an h3. So let's complete this one as well. So I'm gonna select it, and then I'm going to write an h3. I'm gonna duplicate this code, and I will just change the content inside of that. Okay, and refactor it, and there you go. Why should you learn HTML? So this is the very simple structure of our web page. You can see that slowly it is taking the shape of our final file. And now let's fill it with the paragraph in between them. And so to create a paragraph, we use the p tag and then describe the paragraph in between. Now remember, we don't have a hierarchy between paragraphs like p1, p2, p3, no. That is just for h1. So if you want to describe the details in the web page, you can write a full length paragraph. And so to describe the paragraph, we use the p element. So if you see, after this article, we have this simple paragraph. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this, and after this article, I'm gonna open this p tag, and inside this p tag, just gonna refer this. Okay, so if I save, now I see this posted on Monday, April 1st, 2024 by code block. So like this, and after this we have few more. So I'm gonna select this one as well, and after this I'm going to open one more paragraph, and I'm going to paste the copied text real quick, and then I refactored that. And so you can see that closely we are getting the shape of our final file. And then one more, gonna duplicate it real quick, and then I'm just going to change the content. Now again, one thing, if you do not want to write all of these text, you can use the dummy text, right? So to write the dummy text, you can just again open one more paragraph, and here you just have to write lorem and the amount of word that you want. For example, if I want just 10 words of lorem ipsum, actually I'm just gonna write 10, hit tab, and there you go. We have 10 dummy words of lorem ipsum. Now do not worry much about what is this lorem ipsum $8 this is just some dummy text that you can use to fill your website to see how it is appearing, how it is visually appearing. Okay, so if you do not want to write all of these texts, just use this lorem ipsum. I'm gonna delete it real quick. Okay, now we are almost done with the complete basics. So just to finish, let me show you how to decorate our content. For example, making this part bold and this part italics. Okay, and so here in the final file you can see them. So you can see that the day of the week as well as the date is italicized, and the author's name is made bold. So if you want to achieve this, then you can simply use the pre-built tag to achieve those targets. So for example, if you want to bold this part, this is the author part, so just use the bold tag, which simply is by writing this simple B. So just use this B tag and then refer this code block inside of this, and so when you will save it, you will see that that part is bold. Okay, and similarly, to make all of these italicized, you can use the I tag. So I'm gonna cut actually only till this part, not the ear actually. Okay, and then I can say I stands for italicized. So I'm just gonna paste it, and now you can see that our day of the week as well as the date is italicized. So if you compare it with our final file, we are pretty close. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom a little bit. You can see it. Okay, so both of them are visually appearing same, but so we have used bold and italics to achieve our output. Okay, but wait a second, I will not suggest you to use these tags anymore because these are non-semantic tags. Rather than use semantic tags like strong and emphasis like em. Now about semantic tag, we will talk about that in depth in a moment, but essentially what it means is that B as an element does not have a meaning of its own, while on the other hand a semantic tag has its meaning on its own. For example, rather than using this B tag, you can use a strong. So you can say strong. So this strong has a meaning on its own. Okay, so you are actually saying that hey, this is really important, so this part should really stand out from other texts. Okay, so if you save this, you will see there is no visual difference, but again do not use B. Similarly, for I, you can replace it with em. Em simply stands for emphasis. If you save this, you see there is no visual difference, but this em simply means that hey, we are putting emphasis over this part of the text, and then this part should appear strong. So this is how you actually format very simple texts in your markup. Okay, so we understood very simplest and complete basic parts of the HTML, that is headings and paragraphs, and we also saw a little bit of content styling using semantic tags such as strong and em. Let's continue working with texts, and now we will learn about creating lists with numbers and bullet points, and trust me, this is also very simple. So see you really soon. Journey of learning HTML, and in this video we are going to talk about lists in HTML. So HTML lists are used to display related information in an easy to read and concise way as lists. So we can use three types of lists to represent different types of data in HTML: an ordered list, and description list. We rarely use description lists, so we are going to talk about two of the very important types of lists, that is unordered lists and ordered lists. So if you observe the final file, you can see we have two lists. Now from naked eye you won't be able to figure out, but when we will understand about lists, then after looking at this content you can easily recognize that okay, so these are some lists. Now which one is ordered and which one is unordered. So if you observe this one, then this one is ordered lists and this is unordered lists. Okay, so the ordered list is used to represent data in a list for which the order of items does matter, and the unordered list is used to represent data in a list for which the order of items does not matter. So if you read this part, it says HTML elements are made up of three parts. So we are putting emphasis over this three thing. So what is these three parts? So the first one is the opening tag, second is the closing tag, and the third is the entire element itself. But if you read this part here, why should you learn HTML? There is no proper markup for this. So these can be a very well defined bullet points. Okay, and so you can read about them. You want to learn web development and impress friends, have fun. So these are an example of unordered lists, and this is a very well example of ordered lists. So let's now create all of this. Okay, and so I can see that we have few more paragraphs here. So let's complete this one as well. I'm gonna copy it, and then where is this? This is after what is HTML. So after what is HTML, I'm gonna create one more paragraph and then paste the content inside it. So here we go. Okay, and after that we have one more paragraph. I'm gonna copy this one real quick. I'm gonna replace this one with just copied data, and there you go. And I think I have one more. Okay, so this one, HTML elements are made up of three parts. So one more paragraph and we are done. Now you can see that we have this read more text not appearing in blue as this one. So here, this is an example of a link. Wait a moment, I'm gonna talk about link real soon, but first let's complete the list. Okay, and so to create an ordered pair of list, you use OL. Okay, so where is that? This is right here. HTML elements are made up of three parts. Okay, so when you write OL, OL simply means ordered lists. Hit tab to autocomplete it, and there you go. Inside this you use LI. So LI, what is this LI? Well, LI defines a list item in ordered or unordered list. So here you can write describe, you can describe your list. For example, the opening tag, the closing tag, right? So here you are going to write the opening tag and then the closing tag and then the element itself, the element itself. If you save this, you see we got our numbered list. Similarly, we can also use an unordered list. So unordered list is appearing after this why should you learn HTML, right? So again, why should you learn HTML? After this, to create an unordered list, we can use UL, just the opposite of OL. OL simply means ordered list, UL simply means unordered list. Create this one, and now inside this again you'll have to define some LI again, because I just told you what does LI means. LI simply defines a list item in ordered or unordered lists. So LI, this is the list item 1, list item 2, list item 3, but here this list item will not print 1 or 2 because this is unordered. So here you can say to have fun, and then to impress friends, and then probably because you want to learn web development, you want to learn web development. And if you save it, you see we get bullet points. This is clearly ordered and this is clearly unordered. Again, we have few more texts, but I'll leave it for you to write them on your own. Okay, now in the beginning I told you that we have three types of lists, so let's quickly see the third one as well. Again, we don't use it quite often, but there is no harm in quickly seeing that. So the third one is description list. So to write a description list, you write DL, and then inside DL you have to write the title and then the data. To write the title, you write DT, and here you can write the title, for example HTML. And so if you want to describe it, you can now write DD. So this DD simply means the description data. So you can define what actually HTML does. So let's create web pages, and then amazing to learn and easy as well. You see we have this description list created. Okay, and so that's how we create three types of list. So this is very simple ordering of data inside of HTML. Images are fundamental parts of the website. Without images, any website will look completely void. So let's go forward and insert an image, and we will learn some more important concepts related to images. And so if you observe the final file, then here an image is appearing after this description paragraph. Okay, and so right here, so if you go above after this, okay, and so here we are going to insert an image. So to insert an image in the web page, we use this image tag, and then you close it. Now you will observe that image is a self-closing tag. Other tags that we have used so far, they all required manually closing. So P, H1, all of them have these manual closing tags, these ordered lists, these LIs, but an image is a self-closing tag. Okay, and so you don't really need to manually close it. Now you can ask me that if image is the self-close. Now you can ask me if image is the self-closing tag, then where does the content actually go? Now this brings me to another part that is called as attribute. So in this image, you can provide this backslash to make it a self-closing tag. And now here you can provide few attributes, and then those attributes will define this image. So the first attribute that we provide to image is the source attribute. Now what are attributes? In simple plain English, attributes provides additional data for this element. So here we are saying that source, and then here you can define the location. You can provide the path of the location from where this image should fetch the image. But if you see inside our working tree, we do not have an image. Now from where can we get an image? Again, I told you that I could have given you a starter file, but I do not believe in that. As a beginner, we should understand how to learn everything from basics. So here I have a very cool website that is called as unsplash.com. You can download millions of free images. I don't know if you ever will be able to download millions of images from unsplash.com, but if you see my recent searches, it is clearly indicating that I looked for something called as coding images. So if I click, I may not be able to find this exact image, but we are going to get relevant images. Okay, and so yeah, all of them are coding images. Now select any one of them. No need to like really scratch your head to select a particular one. I'm gonna select this one. Okay, so select this one, and then after this let it reload, and once this appears, click this drop down from here and download the smallest file, that is 640 into 426. If you observe, the medium file is the HD one, and the large one is the 4K, and the original size is huge. Just download this small one, click, and it will be downloaded. There you go. Just take it and then drop it inside your file tree right here, and then change the name. So right click, rename, and I'm just going to call it img. Okay, and hit enter. There you go, our image is right here. Now inside this source attribute, you can provide the path to this image, and that is simply because the image is directly in the root directory. I can simply say img, and then you can see that it is automatically suggesting us that, hey, do you want img.jpg to load? Sure, we do. So I'm just going to hit tab to autocomplete, and when I save this, you see we got our very beautiful image loaded. Okay, so this is pretty much close to what we have here. Okay, and so this is how you load an image. Now after this source attribute, we also have one more attribute that is called as alt. So alt. Now alt is some additional data that you provide for this image. So if you hover over it, you can read that this attribute defines an alternative text description of the image. And if you can read the note, do make sure to pause the video and read it. But I'm going to explain you what it means. So So sometimes what happens is that these images takes times to load because from server they might be getting data delayed. There might be some internet issue. So by the time this image reload, see if I reload, you will notice something. I'm gonna reload. Okay, it did not happen. It is quickly coming. It is loading very quickly because I am using 5G network. But I think if I use the static file right here, this is the static file. If I reload now, did you see? Image loaded little bit later again. Did you see the image loaded little bit later? And so if things go wrong, then what you can do, you can provide an alternate text, and by the time this image is taking time to load, this alternate text will appear on the place of image, and this alternate text and this alt text is also useful for people who are visually impaired and then accessing the website using a screen reader. So if you provide here a text data, it will appear here on the place of image if image is taking little time to load. So here I can say coding website image, okay, or what is this, okay, anything, but make sure to write a clear description of the image, okay. So if I save this, you cannot see anything here, but let's assume that this image is getting delayed, or we have some server error, internal server error, which is stopping the image from loading. So I can just do this. I'm just gonna take out G. So this image.jp is not an extension for image, which means that this link is broken. So if I save, you see our image is not loading, but you can clearly see this alternate text, which is coding website image. Okay, so this is why we use this alternate text while inserting an image in our web page. So let's quickly fix this by providing the correct extension, that is JPG. Save it, and now we are back. Okay, so this is a very simple image, and after this we have to understand, you can see this is a very simple button. Let me close this one. Okay, so gonna understand about buttons, and then these links, and then again we are going to create this resource, some footer note, and then this menu bar as well. Okay, so gonna see you very soon. Remember I told you in the overview section we will learn about hypertext or hyperlinks when we will learn HTML. So let's do it now. Hypertext or hyperlinks refers to a word, phrase or chunks of text that can be linked to another document or text. So in a website, a hyperlink or a hypertext is just like an item, like a button or a word that points to another location. So when you click them, the link will take you to the target of the link, which may be a web page, document, or other online content, a YouTube video, an article, anything. So websites uses hyperlinks as a way to navigate online content back and forth. So if I were to give you a real life example, let's go to Wikipedia, and if you search for India, you will see lots and lots of data connected together. So you can read more about them, and all of them are actually linked deep down. So like Hinduism, Rig Veda, Indus Valley Civilization, some mode like New Delhi, their coordinates, largest city Mumbai, Delhi. So if you want to read about New Delhi, just click it, and you will be taken to the section where New Delhi has been defined. So history, Calcutta, partition of Bengal, something like that. Okay, so if you want to again read it further, you can click all those links. So these are very well example of hypertext, the text that has been linked together, and it helps you to navigate back and forth. If you want to go back, just, well, I don't think we'll be able to go back from here to India, so you'll have to search India again. There you go. I could have gone back by pressing this back button, but again, you understood the very simple usage of hypertext. Okay, and so let's now see what do we have to understand. So yeah, we have to understand how to create this part, which is where it says read mode. So this is a very simple hyperlink. Okay, and then we have navigation bar as well. So what are navigation bar? Navigation bar helps you to create different sections of the web page and then link them together. So for example, we want to write something for CSS, then we can create a separate section where we will write all of our articles about CSS. So if you want to learn CSS, click learn CSS. To learn JavaScript, click JavaScript. and to, if you want to read more about the blog itself, about us, and if you want to contact them, you can contact them. So if you go to unsplash.com and if you click this hamburger menu, you will see their navbar. Okay, so if you want to read about them, click about, history, join the team, blog, press contact. If you click this contact us, you will be able to contact them using this form, which eventually we are going to create. But for now, let's learn more about hypertext and how to create this navbar. So I can see that this navbar is appearing on top of our web page. So we are going to write the markup on the very top. So right here, even before the h1. Okay, so usually this is the place where we write the markup for our navbar. So let me show you. If you observe unsplash.com, you can see that their navbar is also appearing on the top of the web page. Again, it is just based on the design pattern. You can create the navbar on the right side as well as on the left side as well, but not on the bottom, because bottom navbar are called as footer. Of course, you can create. These are all an example of links. Actually, I can call it navigation links, but these are not navbars. These are footer. What can you call it? Footer icon, footer navigation icon, navigation link. But navbar is usually on top of the very top of the web page. Okay, and so let's now understand how to create it. So I can see we have some links. Learn CSS. So if you click, you can see it took us to learn CSS. And if you observe here, we have new file learn-css.html. Similarly, if you click learn JavaScript, you see that the URL changed. Now it is taking us to javascript.html. Similarly, for about us, we get about.html. For contact us, we get contact.html. So if you see contact us of Unsplash, can you see this? unsplash.com/contact us. So they have this different page. Actually, I can say individual page dedicated just for this form. And so this is something that we are going to do. And again, if you want to navigate back to home page, just click this home. That will again take you to index.html. Okay, and so this is hypertext or hyperreference that you can call it. And so here we are going to create that navbar. And so to create a navbar, we use link tag, anchor tag actually. So to create an anchor tag, you simply write this a and then close this, and then inside this a you pass an attribute that is called as href. Href stands for hyperreference, and here you pass an empty pair of strings which will soon to be filled with the link or the location where you want this anchor to take you once you click it. But again, you'll have to give it a name. So the first link in our navbar is learn CSS. It's learn CSS, right? So if you save it, we see learn CSS, right? But if you click it now, it will not take you anywhere. No, it is not taking us anywhere because we haven't passed any hyper reference to it. So here we pass the location where we should be navigated once this learn CSS is clicked. So what is that location? Well, that location is this new, if you click learn CSS, this new learn css.html file. So we need to create it. So I'm gonna open my sidebar tree, and here we will have to create a new HTML file that is going to be called as learn-css.html. Okay, and then here we are going to generate our default boilerplate. Again, I will suggest you to write everything on your own, but I'm just going to quickly generate it. I'm gonna call it learn CSS page, and a simple h1 will do the work. I'll say here you will learn more about CSS. Okay, that's it. And now here you'll have to reference this learn-css.html. So if you write learn, you see it is automatically suggesting us that do you want this file to be mentioned as hyperreference for this link? Sure, we do. Hit tab to autocomplete, and now if you save it, there you go. Now you can see that there is a change in our color, but that does not matter. Even if the color did not change, let me check if it did changed. No, I don't think the color changed, but anyway, now if you click it, of course after saving it, if you create this anchor tag, provided it a hyperreference and the text that appears as the clickable link, save it, and now if you click this learn CSS, see, you are taken to this learn-css.html. Here you will learn more about CSS. So this is a very simple example of a navbar. Similarly, we have learn JavaScript, about us, and contact us as well. So as a challenge, you can complete it on your own. So I'm just going to duplicate this 3 times, and this will be learn JavaScript, about us, contact us. Okay, so I'm gonna change the name to learn JavaScript, and then here about us, where we are going to write few paragraphs about our website, and then there you go, contact us. Okay, and of course we'll have to change the hyper reference as well. So we are going to create individual pages as well. So I'm going to say javascript.html, and let's quickly create this default boilerplate, and here I'm gonna write JavaScript, actually code arenas JavaScript, and here we are just going to write this simple h1. Here you will learn about JavaScript. Okay, and let me copy all of this, and then we have 2 more pages. Okay, so about us, about.html, and contact.html. So let's fill the about us page. About, I don't know why did I copy the previous text, because I just used the M8 abbreviation. So h1 about us. Similarly, we have this contact us as well. So this is contact us, and here you can contact us here, and here we are going to create a very beautiful but very general form actually. Okay, and you will see how does that actually works. So now we just have to reference it. So index.html, on JavaScript we will have to say javascript.html, because that is the place where we want to navigate once someone clicks this learn JavaScript. Okay, so javascript.html, and then here we will have about.html. Similarly, we will have, what is this, contact us, so contact.html, and this is our very general navigation bar. If I save this, now you can see that we have few menus, and it is almost similar to what we have here. Of course we have this home page as well. I'm going to tell you the usage of that. So if you click contact us, you see we are taken to the contact us page. Now one problem you can notice here is that from here to navigate back, you'll have to click this back link. Okay, but you cannot navigate back by clicking a link, so you'll have to just go back like this. Same for about us, JavaScript, and CSS is happening as well. So how to fix this? To fix this, take this entire code and then paste it in all of the available pages. So paste it in the about us page as well. So here about us, and then in the contact us, let's paste it in the contact us, and then in the javascript.html as well, and then this learn.css as well. Okay, and now you are going to see the links for all of the pages on all of the pages. So if I click about us, I can see we are getting about us as well. Now from here, if you want to navigate to learn JavaScript, click it. From learn JavaScript to contact us, click contact us. Now one problem you can notice is that we are still unable to navigate back to home page. We have menus to navigate to different pages of our website, CSS, JavaScript, about us, contact us, but we cannot navigate back to our home page. And if I were to do this, we'll have to then write index.html manually in the URL, and now we are taken back to the home page. So how to fix this? You can see that we have a home menu right here. So to go back to home page, we'll have to create a home menu bar. So again, we'll have to do that somewhere here. So on about us, on contact us, everywhere. So here we are going to create one more anchor tag that will take us to index.html, and here we are just going to write home page. Okay, and now let's take all of it and going to replace it with all the previous codes. So let's do that for JavaScript and CSS as well, and CSS as well. There you go, we are done. Okay, and now what happened? We are not seeing. Oh, okay, so on index.html we have to replace that here as well. So there you go. Okay, Now I want to tell you that we normally do not write a home navigation bar on the home page itself, and the reason why we do not write is that if Google will parse this web page, then when they come at this particular link href-index.html, the crawler will simply move again to this same page. They will not go to this page because from here they will get into infinite loop situation. Now again, these are some advanced concepts, but I'm gonna talk about this little bit later. Right now let's just keep it simple. It's very simple. Google will parse the page from top to bottom. They will see doc type, HTML, head, title, head, body, and then when they will come at this link, they will say that okay, so from here we have to go to href index.html. What is index.html? This very same page is index.html, right? So again they will start crawling this entire index.html, and then again when they will come to this anchor tag, they will again see that okay, so from now we again have to go to index.html. So they will again go to this entire page, and so code will only loop till this part. The crawler of Google will not be able to parse this rest of the codes normally, okay, which would actually result into all of these pages not getting crawled by Google. So this is the reason why we do not provide an anchor tag that is redirecting us back to the home page on the index.html itself. So if I save this and then I quickly go to contact us, you see we have all the menu bars here. So if I go to home and then from here learn JavaScript, and from learn JavaScript to about us, contact us, everything is linked. So this is hypertext. We have multiple links, all of them connected back and forth, okay. And so let's see what else do we have. Again, this nav bar is appearing on top of our h1. So for few pages, I think for about.html, we need to bring this about us down, okay. So let's do that real quick. h1, I'm taking it down, and then again JavaScript learn -css, because typically our nav bar appears on top of our web page, okay. And so now you can see the changes. Learn JavaScript, about us, contact us, CSS, home, everything is working completely fine. The next thing that we have to understand is about these buttons. Very simple. Buttons are very simple in HTML. You just use the button tag to create the button. So I'll go to index.html, and where is this button appearing? This button is appearing after this opening tag, closing tag, and the entire element, the list that we created. So right after here, okay. So to create a button, you just create this button tag, and then here you describe what your button is doing. For example, click me or order now. So this is a very simple example of a button. If you save it, you see a very simple button, click me, order now, and this is clickable actually, okay. It does not do anything because we do not have backend logic or any logic that is applied to this button. But again, this is a very simple button. So what are buttons? Let me show you. So if you go to unsplash.com's homepage, there you will find many buttons. So this submit a photo, this actually is a button. This login, it's a button. This hamburger will actually be a link, it will not be a button. But this icon, you can see this lens here, this is a button. I can show you. If I right click, inspect, and then I'm gonna select this tab bar, and then I'm going to hover over this button, and actually you can see this is a button. So if I hover over this, can you see this right here, button? So if I click this part, here you see we have this button with few attributes, role equals to button, tab index 0. So if I quickly say background color to be orange red, you will see this button, this entire button. So this is the button that is appearing here. So we have some more buttons as well. This icon, I think this is also a button. This lens tag is also a button. So if I quickly show you, you see this is also a button. You can see it right here, button. And then this search bar. This search bar is actually not a button, but this entire container is a button. Then we have this submit a photo. This is a button. Login. This is not a button, but this is a link. And then a button. Okay, so there is not much difference in link and button. Link simply helps you to take one place, helps you to navigate from one place to another place, and buttons are literal buttons. Okay, so so we don't have much to research here on the unsplash.com. So let's quickly move back. And so this is how we have created a button. Let's see what else do we have to create. Okay, so I think we have one more h1 again. This is read more, right? So let's create this read more part as well. So HTML elements are made up of 3 parts. So HTML elements are made up of 3 parts. So I'm gonna cut this entire part here. I'm gonna create one anchor tag, and hyper reference we are just going to pass nothing, but here we are going to write this read mode. So if you save, now you see that this read mode is appearing in a blue color, but if you click, nothing happens. So there is a fine way to tell that, hey, please do nothing. If you provide this hash symbol on this hyper reference, then this is a null link that does not take us anywhere, but it will definitely appear as a link and it will not reload the page. So if you now click this read mode, see, it is not reloading the page, but it is not taking us anywhere as well. Whereas if you do not provide it any hyper reference link, now if you save it, if you click it, you see that our web page is getting reloaded again and again. We do not want this functionality, so we say hash. So we simply say that you definitely is a link, but I want you to navigate nowhere. So we have said hyper reference to be hash. Okay, so when you say hash, it will not take you to anywhere. So again, if you write hash to this learn-css.html, it will not take you to learn-css. So if you click, see, it is not taking us to learn-css.html. okay, and we will actually see how this hash symbol is useful when we will create our big project, front-end project. I'll tell you how do we use this hash symbol to create very amazing web pages which takes us to a particular section. All right, and then we have these 3 best resources for learning HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So I'm gonna show you some of the documentations that we use. So from here we are going to write an h3, no, not h1 bro, but h3. I'm gonna paste all of this right here real quick, save it, and we get it, the 3 best resources for learning HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And so from here we can see we have few of the websites. So now I'm gonna tell you how do I know these stuffs. So I told you this is ordered list, this is unordered list. This is an image that we create by using the img tag, that is a self-closing tag. So to provide a content, we use attributes, source and alternate, and then to make a text appear strong, we use the strong tag, which is, by the way, a semantic tag. How do I know all of these stuffs? So very simple. I keep looking out on the web for informations related to web development, and so that is the same thing I'm going to teach you now. The power of query. As a beginner developer, you must understand that this is a very essential tool that you have in your, what do you call it, arsenal, anything, but this is a very essential tool that is called as the power to query. Whatever you want to learn, you can ask your seniors or juniors or whoever knows it, but the best is that look out for yourself. So I have 2 websites that I want to suggest you if you want to learn HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So do not go out there to look on websites, very fancy websites like Tutorials Point, W3 School. They are helpful, they are actually helpful, but again, case bro, case. Keep it very simple. So the first website that I want to talk about is htmldog.com, and the second one is htmlofprogrammist.com, and I'll come to this programmist.com's HTML real soon, but just see what does this htmldog.com has to offer us. So here you can see we have tutorials, techniques, examples, references, and very simple. That's it. This is the simple website. We are done. Okay, so from here I'm gonna click this HTML, because we have guides for HTML, CSS and JavaScript as well. So if you read, HTML is where the magic of web page design begins. It isn't presentational. That's what CSS for. Hypertext markup language is a simple, elegant way to structure content, and that's what we have been doing so far. We have been structuring our content based on whatever we want it, however we want it to be structured. Okay, and so here you can read about tags, attributes, elements, page titles, paragraphs, headings, lists, links, images. We have yet to understand what are these tables and forms. Okay, and then we have some intermediate tutorials like a span and div that we will cover in CSS section. Meta tags, we already seen that. Description list, again we talked about description list. Sectioning, this is sectioning is very important. We are going to cover this from this programming.com HTML. So this is something about semantic HTML. Then advanced tutorial, we really do not need this much knowledge, and that's it. If you want to become really good at HTML, if you go through these entire links, this will be very quick, to be honest. You will be able to understand more rather than enrolling in a course that would teach you HTML. Okay, so from here you can learn more about HTML. And then for programming.com, I won't suggest you to go through entire of their list. You can go, I have already covered all of this. I told you what are headings, comments, unordered list, ordered list, description, line break. This is we are going to cover a little bit later. And block element, these are something that we are going to cover in CSS section. But this thing, semantic tag, this is what I want you to learn from programming. I'm not gonna teach you too much in advance, but you will open it for yourself and you will read it. You'll read it and you will understand it. Trust me, this is very important for you as a beginner. I can teach you each and everything, but do you think that this is practically possible for me? No, brother, no. So you'll have to look out for yourself and become self-reliant rather than depending on someone else. Okay, and so let me check what else do I have to see. And this is our website, and this is the completed website. I don't know why it is taking time to load, but anyway, I think we have this very simple footer text. And yeah, this link, we forgot to create this link. Okay, so let's create this link as well. So over here, so after 3 best resources for learning HTML, I'm gonna say anchor tag. I'll say anchor tag, hit tab, and on hyperreference we'll pass the link to this website. So this one, so I'm gonna take this entire link, copy it, and then come here, paste it, not right here but inside the hyperreference. And then here you are going to say HTML dog. What do we have here? So let's check. It's htmldog.com. okay, so here we are just going to write htmldog.com, save it, and now you can see we have htmldog.com. And so similarly we have programming as well. Okay, so I'm gonna call it programming.com, and we need the link for programming's HTML section. So from here we're gonna go to this simple HTML. So this is programming's HTML. So I'm gonna take this link, replace this link with the newly copied link, and there you go. So we have programming.com as well. And then the third one is MDN itself. So MDN is a very simple resource that we use to learn anything. It could be CSS, JavaScript, HTML. So just search for MDN HTML, hit enter, and probably the first link will be the perfect one. So click first link, and this is the MDN's doc for HTML. This is also very simple for us to follow. For example, if you want to know about alt tag, right? So I can say alt, and you can say HTML image element alt property. Click. MDN is very advanced. It is very smart enough to understand what do you actually need. So you read that HTML image element property alt provides fallback alternate text to display when the image is specified by the image element is not loaded. And we understood this when this image, actually not this one but this image, was not loading, we saw its alternate text. Okay, it is the same thing this article is telling us. So I'm gonna go back, I'm going to go to this part here, I'm gonna click this because this is the hypertext reference. I'm gonna copy this one and I will just replace this with MDN's web HTML. I'm gonna call it MDN html.com. okay, and now we have 3 resources from where we can learn HTML. Now one thing I want to show you, if you click this link, you see that the link is opening in the same page. But if you do not want this to happen, if you want that when someone clicks this link, then a new tab should open with the link, then you can provide it a target element. You can simply say target is equals to string, and inside this you just have to write underscore blank. So when you write underscore blank, now it simply means that we want to open a new page when someone clicks this link. So if you now click htmldog.com, the htmldog.com did not load it on the same page, but a new tab was created. So let's quickly do this for all of these 3 tags. Okay, target equals to underscore blank, save it, and there you go. If you now click MDN html.com, a new page with the document loaded. Okay, but the web page that we are working on did not change. Okay, so we are almost close to what we have in the final file. So right here, and we just have this copyright footer note text. So I'm just going to copy it and I'm just going to write it here. I'll say a simple paragraph, and here I'm just going to write ampersand, not the dollar symbol, but ampersand copy. So this is the entity. HTML entity are very simple text that actually prints these symbols. So this copyright. Okay, so you just have to write ampersand copy to print the copyright symbol. We are going to talk about entities a little bit later. Here I'm just have to write copyright, so I will write copyright 2025, and then this all rights reserved, and after this you just have to write @code block dev yt. Save it. There you go. Copyright 2025, all rights reserved @code block dev yt. I think I forget to add the channel, so yt channel. Now it is appearing good. Okay, so yt channel. So this is pretty much similar to what we have right here as the final file. Okay, and so the next thing that we have to learn is about how to create this form, and of course we have a little bit to understand about tables as well. So what should we do? Let's create table and form right here in the contact us itself. Okay, so with that I will see you in the next one. So I think we are going to work in this contact.html. okay, so right here, and then after that I'm going to teach you about this semantic HTML, semantic HTML. Why do we need this? Okay, so see you in the next one. Let's assume as a beginner we don't know what is HTML table, so we can go to any of the two best resources I mentioned and can read more about them. So I went to Programmit's table reference, so I can read more about HTML tables myself. So if you read, it says the HTML table tag is used to represent data in a structured way by creating a table. So an example code has been given. We will come back to this very shortly, but a real life example of an HTML table can be this one. So the school timing table, so this one, or this very simple, where you have this timing slot and then the weekdays, and then from here you are going to learn history from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. or then programming or anything. Okay, so this is a very simple and general example of HTML table. So let's copy this basic code, and don't worry, I'm going to explain you what does this means. Okay, and so now I'm working on about.html. I told you that we are going to create a table and form on contact us, but let's leave contact us for a form. On about us we are going to create a table. So I just copied this code. Don't worry, you can copy it, and then I'm just going to paste it. I'm going to refactor it real quick, and if I save this, you see we have a very simple table. So we have this name, Harry, depth, anything, age, country. Okay, so let's see what it has more to offer. So if you read more about it, it says in the above example, so this example, you can see we have used multiple tags to create a table in HTML. So the first one is the table. So this entire table itself, we'll come back to this border just in a moment. So this is tr, then tr is used to create the table row. So here tr tag is used to define a row in a table. For example, when you create a table, then you can create a tr. So here this is tr, so this entire part is a table row. Okay, so let me show you the output here. So this entire part, table row, this 28, 35, 19 is table row, this is a row. Okay, and then after table row we have table data, so the data that you want to define for the table. So first we have this table head, and then this table head, so name, country, and then the table data for them. So table data for them. So this is how we have created a very basic table. Again, this might be going over your head, but again, if you read it for yourself, you are going to understand it. So this th tag is used to define a table header. It is generally the top row of the table. So this thing here, this is table head, name, age, country, and then this is table data, Harry, Depp, 28, Britain. Okay, so this is a very simple example of table, and this border is actually helps us to give this table a very literal border. So if you escape it, Now you'll see our table will appear little blank, okay, unformatted table. But again, just keep the border to 1 here, and now we are going to have a simple border. This is table head, name, age, country. So your name, age, country, and then we have said the table data for name is Harry Depp, the table data for age is 28, and the table data for country is Britain. So the first data is mapping to the first table head, second data is mapping to the second table head, and third data is mapping to the similar third table head. And similarly we have this as well. So John Smith, 35, USA, and Ram Krishna, 19, Nepal. Okay, so this is a very simple example of HTML table. Let's not see how can we build a very simple form. So let's go to HTML forms on the table itself. So I think it would be somewhere here, forms. Okay, and just click the form and read more about it, and we'll be able to understand. So an HTML form is a section of the document that collects input from user. So literal this form, if you want to contact on a Splash, you can use their contact us page. So I can click contact us, and from here we can contact them. So you'll see a contact us page. So there you go. This is a very simple example of an HTML form. So let's see how we can create one. So if I go a little bit down, this is a very simple example of an HTML form. I'm just gonna copy it and I'm just going to paste it, but not here. On the contact.html as well. I thought that we are still on this about.html, but no. Let's go to contact.html. I'm gonna paste it. A very simple example, and let's go to contact us. And now you can see first name, last name, email, password, and then we have a button as well, login, that we already have seen this. Okay, and now you can see we have label. So the label for first name, where we have defined the data that we are going to input for. So first name, and then here we have an input. So remember I told you that input is a self-closing tag when we are talking about an overview of HTML. So here we have said input type is equals to text and name equals to first name, and this is required. Now additionally you can also write a placeholder. So placeholder indicates what data needs to be inserted. So you can say enter your name. If you save it, you get this placeholder data, enter your name, and now anyone who is visiting your contact us page, they can literally see that okay, so here we should technically write our name, and you can write the placeholder for other inputs as well. Then this required simply means that this form will not proceed forward if this field has not been provided. So if you keep it empty, if you press login button, you will not be able to proceed. So that's why we have this required attribute set here. And then for label we also have again label, then input text, then again for email, password, and you can see the type is changing. So if you want someone to enter an email, you just change the input type to email. If you want someone to enter a password, you type the password. So if you write something here, you will see that it is not appearing as the text. If you write your name here, you can write code, it is appearing in English language. But if you write this password here, it is appearing in a, what can you say, you can say the password is appearing in a hidden format. Okay, so this is this type does. So I think we have some more type, so let me get rid of this text. Okay, and if you just create this empty string, now you can see we have button, checkbox, color, date, file. If you click file, you will be able to see that we have now a way to insert file. So this is how you choose a file on, you must have seen something like this, choose file to upload. And I think then we have color as well. If you want to have some color, you can say that please select the type of color you want to enter, and then click this color, and from here you can select the color. Okay, so this is a very simple example of form. Of course you can read more about this, you can read all of them in details, but I just wanted to make it real quick. So I hope it makes sense. Go through these documents because it would be practically impossible for me to teach you each and everything. So do make sure to learn. And of course you can see we have form action set to this login. We will see this when we will understand about backend. So if I copy this, I'm gonna show you real quick. So but everything should be wrapped inside this form, okay, otherwise it will not work. So here you can see this email, and then we have password, and then we can submit it. Okay, and then the data will be submitted to this /login. So this slash login is the route where we are going to get all this data stored onto. But again, we are going to cover this when we learn about backend, complete backend development. Okay, we are almost done with HTML, and so let's now quickly talk about something that is called as semantic tags in HTML. And I had promised you I will come back to this, so let's now see what it means. If you observe whatever element we wrote or whatever markup we wrote, you can see all of them are appearing independently. These link tags are not inside any group. This h1 and paragraph or image, they are not inside any container, so all of them are appearing independently. So our web page will surely parse them as they are intended to be parsed, but the web page does not have any idea that okay, so this is a link tag on its own. You consider it a navbar, but for web page this is not a navbar. For web page this is a simple link tag, okay, anchor tag, and this is h1. For web page this is a h1, this is a p, and this is an image. But for the entire web page this is not a section. Okay, so again it will become clear when we will read more about it. So again I am on the reference for semantic tag of programmist.com. If you read, it says HTML tags can be categorized into two types based on semantics in HTML. They are semantic tag and non-semantic tag. So what are semantic tag and non-semantic tag? So if you read, it says semantic HTML elements clearly define the purpose and meaning of the code, and tags which accurately describe their purpose and describe the type of their content are called semantic tags. For example, h1 tells the web browser that hey, whatever content that you see inside me is an h1, it's a heading. Okay, and from h1 you can consider it a primary heading, h2 secondary, h3 tertiary, and similarly for h6 the least put emphasis over it, the least emphasized heading in HTML. So for some more examples can be form. Form literally tells that hey, this is a form, you can fill it. This is a table, you can see it in a tabular data. Similarly, non-semantic tags do not have a specific meaning or purpose. They are used to create general purpose container for content without providing any additional meaning. For example, this div and span, we are going to understand about them when we will learn about CSS, but again they do not have a meaning of its own. So here we have some example of semantic tags, and why semantic tag is necessary: makes the code easier to read, makes the site more accessible, leads to better SEO. So whatever code you have written so far is good, but we can enhance it. So let's now make our web page little semantic. So we know that this entire part is a navigation bar, right? So we can cut all of this and we can paste all of this code inside this nav tag, and now it has a meaning of its own. So this is an anchor tag that is wrapped inside the navbar. So the web page will say that okay, so here goes our navbar. Now navbar are also a part of something called as header. So we can cut this entire part and then we can put it inside this larger header tag, and we will see it when we will again create our big project. So do follow that. There is a lot to learn and a lot to understand in that, so please do not skip that. Okay, so here I'm just going to paste that. So this is header. Inside header we have nav, and then inside nav we have this anchor tag. Of course it will not result into any major changes on the web page, but again for SEO, when Google will parse this page, they will consider that okay, so this entire part is a header, and inside header I have a nav bar which is clearly mentioned here. Okay, and then after that you can see that all of these are appearing independently. So I can wrap them into a section. I can consider it a section, and then I can pass these three data into this section. Okay, so there you go. This is again visually no difference, but we are letting the web page know that this is one section. And remember I told you that h1s are used to give a title to the section. So this section has a title called as the coding arena. So this coding arena, which has a paragraph and a simple image. Okay, and then we can create one more section where we can have these paragraphs. So cut it, I can say section, and paste the recently copied code, and there you go. These two paragraphs are wrapped into their own section, and then we can do the same for this as well. So I can create one more section, and then I can take all of this paragraph that we have. So we have three paragraphs, and then gonna move them little upwards. Okay, so inside this section, so you can see that all of them are now wrapped into their own section, individual section, and then I can see this list is appearing individually. So let's see what we can do more. So we can use an article, nav, footer. Let's use this summary. Okay, so we can use this summary tag. So I can say summary, and of course it will again visually there will be no difference at all, but again we can do that. So let's select this dash list as well and put it inside this summary. There you go. And after this we have this resource, so I can put this one as well inside the section, and let's select all of them till here, cut it and paste it here, save it. Now in last you can see we have this footer text. So whenever we create a footer, we do not use a section tag, but we use this footer tag. So footer tag simply refers that hey, we are in the last of our website, and whatever nav bar or whatever navigation links that you see, all of them are wrapped into this footer tag. Okay, so if you read more about it, you see where is the footer. Footer defines the footer of a document or section of a document. So this entire part here, if I navigate little down, this is footer. And let's see if Programmage itself has used the footer tag to define this content or not. So right click, inspect, and from here I'm gonna select this part, and I will select this entire blue part, and I'm very hopeful that they definitely would have. So gonna select this. My browser is freezing, but yeah, did you see that? Footer.footer. So yeah, they definitely have used footer to mark the end section of their content. So this is semantic HTML. So this is how you should format the content on HTML. You should never write an element on its own. You should always use the semantics. Semantics helps you to describe the section of the web page. Okay, and so if I quickly show you the original website that we have created, the web page actually, and if I show you the code that I have written for this web page right here, you see that we have something similar to it. I've created this head. Inside head we have this nav bar, and then we have a main section inside which we have created these sections, multiple sections, and then in last we have this very simple footer. I have used aside, but again aside, summary, all of these has its own meaning, okay, which we are going to see a little bit later. And then we have this footer inside which we have this simple, very simple paragraph text. And you can also see that our h1 was appearing in orange color because I have styled it. I provided it an inline style by using this style attribute and have set the color to this RGBA. So I can do that here real quick. So where is the h1? Right here. So style equals to color and then this color, and now our h1 will appear in orange. Okay, so this is how we understood almost everything about HTML. Okay, and so yeah, let's move forward, and from next section we are going to start understanding CSS, cascading style set. And just one request, do make sure to like the video and subscribe. I have put a lot of effort to produce these videos, so yeah, please like and make sure to subscribe the channel. Okay, so we covered the first fundamental of web development, HTML. I hope you followed along, and congratulations. Now let's start our journey of CSS. But before I start teaching you CSS in depth, let's see the power of CSS and what CSS is actually used for. And then we will start the journey of CSS. So I'm on this website called as wizardingworld.com. You don't have to go there, just see what I want you to see. So this is a website of Harry Potter film series. I think they contain it is just like an adventurous website for Harry Potter lovers. You can play quizzes, you can get updates about Harry Potter legacy for kids. If you want to purchase few items that was used in the film series, you can shop that as well. Okay, but anyway, just go to wizardingworld.com if you are a Harry Potter fan, and you will be able to figure out what they actually offer. Okay, I think seek out, be the first to hear exclusive TV series news. Anyway, let's come back to the point. I want to show you the power of CSS. So if you observe, the website looks stunning. If you see the design, it looks completely aesthetically pleasing, right? So all those background colors, the images that has been used, buttons, they have been styled. So whatever you are saying right here, it all has been achieved by writing amazing CSS. Now I want to show you the power of CSS. I will go to view, page styles, no styles. Now I am using Mozilla Firefox because the thing that I just showed you was not possible in Google Chrome. So I used Mozilla Firefox, and now you can see that everything is looking ugly, right? The images are not styled, these links are not styled, the logo itself is appearing huge. If I navigate little down, I'll be able to figure out, look at this image, it's humongous. These buttons are not styled anymore. Why am I seeing this website the way I'm seeing? Well, the simple reason is that I took out all the CSS that was written to make this website appear as we saw in the beginning. So this is the power of CSS. You can write all of this markup, you see, all of this HTML is still appearing and it is working as well. So if I click on this news, we will be able to navigate to wizardingworld.com/news. But again, where is the styling? The website is not looking visually clean. So this is the power of CSS. Now if you want to make it look better, again you'll have to go to view, page styles, basic page styles, and now we got the stylings back. Okay, so this is the power of CSS. You can write as much markup as you want, but at the end, if you want to make your website look visually pleasing, you'll have to write CSS. Okay, and so that's what we are going to do in this section. We are going to learn CSS. Now listen to this. I will teach you all the CSS you need to know, and this is my pinky promise. I don't know if pinky promise is any word or not, but here is the thing. Remember, before starting HTML, I gave you some suggestions to keep in mind, right? Well, the same I want to do for CSS as well. Listen, CSS is huge, but what if I tell you you don't need to know everything in CSS? See, that's the mistake all beginners do. I did the same and I wasted a lot of time, and I don't want you all to do the same. So if you have a little bit of experience working with CSS, I will consider you mature, but if you are a beginner, you may get distracted by an unclear path that is followed nowadays while learning CSS. So please, beginners, stop believing in things like mastering. You don't have to become a master. The goal should be to understand the fundamentals and the most important concepts properly in depth and start being creative with that tool. So I prepared a list of all the important concepts that as a beginner you should understand clearly, and here is the list. So this is the top 10 subjects, actually concepts, that you must understand in CSS, and after that you will be able to understand all the tools that is required to create a visually stunning website like this one. So first you'll have to understand how does inline, internal and external CSS works, basic selectors, specificity, cascade, the very common properties that we use like font family, font size, text align, margin, padding, something like that, and then box model, which covers margins, paddings, border box, display, CSS units. So far you must have heard percentage, right? But the better way to write CSS is rem m. Okay, and well, pixel is also here. I forget to mention about pixel. So percentage and pixel are the most common, but nowadays we don't use them as well. We use rem and m, and I'll tell you why. Positioning, this is one of the confusing concepts in CSS, but don't worry, I'm here. I'm gonna make it crystal clear. A little bit of transitions, and then the big daddy of all of them, flexbox and grid. Nowadays we create a responsive website using flexbox media queries, and yeah, I'm gonna tell you everything about flexbox and how do we write media queries using flexbox, and of course the grid as well. And after that we will create a very simple project in which we are going to understand about some of the methodologies that we use while writing the markup of web page, because I told you in the beginning that HTML it's not like something that big, but you'll have to understand how to write good HTML. So you'll have to understand something like BEM, how to write block element modifier, how to actually create classes that is inheritable and that is styled, that can be styled easily as well. Okay, so we will create a very simple project, and after learning all of that we are going to create our master project. So I hope you guys are excited for that. So with all of that, I'm gonna see you in the next one. Okay, so do make sure to check out the codeblockdev.com as well. I keep uploading, not uploading but publishing articles related to currently hot trending topics on the web. But anyway, for those who love Harry Potter, do make sure to visit wizardingworld.com. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. Alright everyone, so let's get started with CSS. So I have created a very simple folder, code block CSS, and I simply drag and drop that to the Visual Studio Code. Inside that folder I have a very simple index.html file that contains the default boilerplate for HTML, and I changed the title to code block CSS because that is what we are learning. I have a very simple h1 that is rendering live here. So yeah, whatever update we will make here, it will be updated in real time. So this is the very basic structure that we have also used to learn HTML. So I assume there should be no problem creating such. You just have to create a folder, name it anything, just create one simple index.html file, generate the default boilerplate. But if you are a beginner, I will again suggest you to write all of these manually because yeah, you need to practice few times. Okay, once you get familiar, you can use the Emmet abbreviation to generate these boilerplates. And yeah, change the title and very simple h1. Now I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Why do we use CSS? Very simple, to style the markup, right? Right now we just have h1, but eventually when we will build larger web pages, we will have lots and lots of elements like images, forms, tables, links, buttons. So we will have to style them as per the design guidelines. So to style them, we need to learn CSS. So remember, in previous video I told you that these are the top 10 topics that we have to understand if we really want to become good in CSS. So if you want to understand and write better CSS, these are the 10 topics that you should understand from the code, actually to the core. Okay, so yeah, trust me, I'm gonna teach you everything that you need to know in CSS to become really good at it. Okay, so the first one that we are going to learn about is inline, internal and external CSS. What are these? Well, these are how you write the markup. I just told you that we are going to style this h1. Okay, how are we going to write the styles for this h1? Now let's understand it with an example. I'm giving you a task. By default, whatever text you write, h1, paragraph, all of them appear in black color, right? I want you to change the color of this h1 to orange red. Orange red is my favorite color. Okay, so if you can do it on your own, do go ahead and do that. So in CSS, you have three ways of styling the content or the markup that you see on the web page. These are by writing inline styles, internal styles, and by using an external style sheet. So let's understand about all of them one by one, and we will see that what are pros and cons of each one of them and which one is the best one. Okay, and so the first one is inline style. So remember, I just told you that if you can change the color of h1 from black to orange red, go ahead and do that. So let's see how to do that. So we will have to figure out some way to selecting the element itself and then changing its color. So how would you do that? Well, this brings me to the next point of selecting the default structure of CSS. So there you go. This is the default structure of CSS. You select one element and then you declare a block. Inside that block, you declare properties that you want these h1s or elements to be applied to. For example, I want this h1 to turn to orange red, right? So I would simply say h1 code block color colon and then the value of the color. This can be anything. For example, I just said orange red. You can call it blue, pink, anything. So this is the very simple syntax. You select element, block of code, color, colon, orange red. If you want another property, then you write semicolon. After that, you write text dash align. So if you want the text of h1 to be aligned in the center, somewhere right here in the center, where you see this let's go CSS, so you will say text dash align colon center. If you want to increase the font size like this one, okay, so you will simply say font dash size to be 40 pixel. This is the very simple 40 pixel value. We are going to understand about all of them in detail, but this is the very simple structure of how we write CSS, a block inside which we declare one or multiple properties depending on what kind of output we want. Okay, so let's see how to apply all of them in real time. Okay, so here the first one is inline styling. So I'm just going to write a very simple comment, inline styling, so that when I will give you the final file, you will be able to figure out how does actually all of these things work. Okay, so let me close the sidebar real quick. Okay, so here after the h1, you simply write this a style tag or attribute, not tag, I'm sorry, a style attribute. So remember, what are attributes? Well, attributes provides additional information about the element. For example, this charset attribute, this lang attribute simply tells that, hey, HTML, the language that is used to write this web page is English. So this is the attribute. Remember, in image, source is an attribute, alt is an attribute. Similarly, this style is an attribute that is providing additional information to this element. Now after this style, you write equals, and now you see that we automatically closed it with double quote. And inside this, you write these stylings. So let's say that I want to change the color. So I will simply write the color property. So I will say color colon orange red and then this semicolon. Now when I will save it, you see that the H1 turned to orange red. After that, if you want to increase the font size or simply text align, right? So you can say text dash align. You can see that the code editor is suggesting me that, hey, do you want text align? Yeah, I do, text dash align. And then I can say center. By default it is in left, so I can say center. If I save it, nothing happens because we do not have that much space. Or did we make some mistake? Yeah, I make some mistake. I've somehow center did not got autocomplete. Okay, so text align, that center. Save it, and now you can see that our text shifted to center. I can prove it. If I expand the size of the browser, you see it is in center. Okay, and similarly we have font size as well. So I can say font dash size of, let's go huge, 100px. Save it. Ooh, boom. Hello and welcome to Code Black. It's appearing huge. Okay, but you can see that with this you can also observe that there is a problem. What if we have hundreds of lines of styles for a simple element? This can very much be a possibility. So do you think that this is a proper way of writing CSS? I mean, this is inline style, this is good, but if we have even 10 properties, this will really become cumbersome. So we should always avoid writing this one. So I'm gonna comment this one. This is not a good way. This brings me to the next point of writing this one. So internal styles. So let's just understand how do we write internal styles. So I'm just going to duplicate this one, and I will quickly get rid of, I will uncomment this, and let's get rid of this H1 I gave you here for the reference inline style. And then after that I have what? Internal styles. So here I will write internal styling. So similarly we have internal styling. So if you want to write styles, again inside the head tag, here you just have to create this a style tag, and now whatever you wrote here, you can write all of them here. So let's say that we want to write H1. So I can select H1, declare this block of code, and let's do this one. Again, the same we did right now. So orange, red. If I save it, you see the text turned to orange red. Text dash align to center. Text align to center. And then I can say font dash size to, again, huge, 100px. Good. So this is inline and this is internal styling. We are using the same HTML file to also write the CSS. So this is internal styling. Now this is also not recommended to do. The reason why it is also not recommended to do is because remember, if you are developing websites like the wizardingworld.com that we saw in the example of CSS, that website looks stunning. The color coordinations that have been used, they are huge. Like that literally looks different than the normal websites that you see nowadays, right? So you will have to write thousands of lines of code to make something like that. So do you think that writing thousands of lines of code in an HTML file, that too that is CSS, will be a good choice? No, you can do that, but that wouldn't be a good choice for two reasons. The first one, that you will not be able to manage, because again you're writing the markup in this HTML file, as well as you are writing styles for that markup in the same HTML file. Horrible, man, this is horrible. Second is that this is also not good for SEO. So when Google will parse this HTML page, well, they will be able to figure out that, okay, wait a second, what's going on? I can see styles on an index.html file and I have the content as well. No, this does not look really good. They will parse it, but this is not really a good practice for SEO. So we should always avoid doing these two. So inline stylings and internal stylings. Not recommended, bro, not recommended. So what should we do then? External CSS. And I will tell you the profits that we have by using external CSS. So I'm just going to comment this one because this is not recommended, but yeah, I'm going to keep it here so that you can have a look at it. So yeah, I'm going to move this comment right here. I think that was the wrong place where I created this comment. Okay, so now I'm going to open the sidebar, and here the way I created one index.html file, I will create one more file. I will call it a styles.css. So this CSS is the extension just like HTML. So this CSS tells the web browser as well as the code editor that hey, the programmer or the coder is writing CSS syntax in this. So this is a convention to call your CSS file as styles.css, but you can call it anything. You can call it John Wick.css. I don't know what is my obsession with John Wick, but anyway, hit enter and there you go. You have your styles.css file. Now you can write h1 and then you can say color to orange, red. Now if you save it, nothing happens. Well, why nothing happened? Well, the reason is that you need to build a bridge between a styles.css and index.html. Right now, this index.html has no idea of styling this h1 using an external styles. So we are saying that hey, index.html, you surely have this h1. Hey, styles.css, select the h1, change the color to orange red. But both of these files have no idea of each other. So we will have to link both of them so that we can build a relationship among them. So how do we do that? Simply, before title, you can say link, hit tab. And now you can see we have two attributes. One is a relation that says a style sheet. So a style sheet is the relation. And inside this href, you can provide the path of this styles.css. So here you just have to write styles, and now you can see that VS Code is automatically suggesting us that hey, are you looking for this styles.css file? Sure, we do. Hit enter to autocomplete, and the moment I will save it, there you go. h1 turned to orange red. So this link tag is building bridge between index.html file and the styles.css file. Now here you can declare some more styles as well that we just saw. So text align center, font size 100px. There you go. Now this is the perfect way of writing CSS. In index.html, just keep all the content that you want to appear on the web page. But for styling, always use an external style sheet. So styles.css, again you can name it anything, but this is an external file, and then link both of them to make them know about each other. Okay, and so there you go. This is how we are going to write CSS. We will separate our content in index.html file, and we will write all the styles in this styles.css. So there you go. This is how we are going to learn CSS. We are going to write all of our markup in index.html file, and then we will write all the stylings in a styles.css file. So this is the best way to always create a website. You separate your content. Later, when we will learn how to add interactivity to the web page, we will again create one JavaScript file. So you can see how manageable it is. We know that hey, this is index.html. This contains all the markup of the web page. This is styles.css. This contains all the stylings that we want to write for those markups. Again, to add interactivity, you can create a script.js file, and then you can write all the JavaScript code. Okay, so this is the very fundamentals of web development, understanding the structure of writing HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So next up, we are going to understand about these basic selectors. We will understand what is specificity. Also, we will understand what is cascade. So yeah, I'm gonna see you in the next one. Let's now dive into the world of CSS selectors. But before that, I just want to quickly show you some of the most frequently encountered CSS properties. I'm not going to discuss these properties in details. I will quickly summarize them because while moving forward, we are going to understand about each one of them anyway. I just wanted to show you because we are going to use some of them very soon. Okay, so these properties are self-explanatory. Actually, most of the properties in CSS are pretty much self-explanatory. So these are some of the commonly used CSS properties, and few of them we are going to use right now. So this background-color property is used to change the background of a web page and set a background to an element. So if you have a web page and if you want to change the background color of the web page, by default it appears white. So right here, if you want to change the background of this web page from white to other, you can use this background dash color property. And if you closely observe, you can see all of these texts already has a background color of orange set to it. So if you want to achieve something like this by using CSS, then you can use background dash color property on the text element. Similarly, we have this color to change the color of the text. By default, the color is appearing in black. If you want to change it to some other color, you can use the color property to define that color for the text element. Font size is used to increase the font size of the text. Text align property is used to align text to left, center, or right of the web page. Height and width are pretty much self-explanatory. We use height and width to describe the height and width of an element. And then we have margin, padding, border, and border radius. These are something that is related to box model. So we are going to understand about all of this when we are going to understand about box model that is coming up ahead after this video. Okay, so yeah, these are some of the commonly used CSS properties. Let's now dive into the world of CSS selectors. So what is a selector and what is its need? Well, the answer is very simple. We have many elements on our web page that needs a styling. To style them, we need to pick those elements, and for that, we need to understand selectors. So in the previous video, we did this. We simply have one h1 on our web page. We selected it and we gave it a very simple color of orange red that is appearing here. So this is selecting. We selected the element, we gave it some stylings, we described few stylings for it. So this is very simple selector, but we are not only limited to this one. We have few more as well. So actually selectors are classified into few parts. We have simple selectors, combinators, pseudo selectors, and then we have attribute selectors. Let's now talk about all of them one by one. We are going to keep it very simple, okay? And trust me, you are going to understand it. So in simple selector, we have four categories. Universal selector, that is what do you say? That is symbolized by using this asterisk symbol. We have elements name, classes ID. So first of all, we are going to understand about this elements name, and I'm going to come to this universal selector after understanding all of these elements name, classes, and IDs. Okay, so first we have elements name. Whatever we have done so far, we have used elements name. We have this simple h1. The name of the element itself is h1, so we selected the h1 itself. If we have a paragraph, we want to style the paragraph, I can say I am a paragraph. If I want to style the paragraph, I can use the element selector itself, so I can select the p itself. Okay, so this is called as element selector. This is a part of simple selector. You see, we said p color orange red, the paragraph also turned to orange red, so this is also elements name. When we select the element itself to apply a certain style to it, it simply means that we are selecting the element itself. This is good, but this is not recommended to do. Why it is not recommended to do? Let me show you. Let me actually give you an example. So I'm again back at this Harry Potter wizardingworld.com website, and if I navigate little down, if you observe in this section, we have styled little differently. So in the left side we have the text, and in the right side we have the image. If you navigate little more down, now the text is in the right side and image is in the left side, and then again now text moved to the left side. It is aligned left to the web page, actually not to the web page but to this section, and then the image is in the right side. So this is a very common styles that you can find used in many of the websites. So let's try to create something like this, and then we will understand that why selecting the element itself might not be a good choice. So let me comment these out. Actually, let's delete this, okay? And let's delete these stylings as well. Oh, what did I do? I had to delete these stylings, okay? Not the one that we have in the markup, man. Okay, so here I'm just going to create two sections. I will create one section for the main, and then I will say, let's not create the main section, I will say first and second. Okay, so here I will say h1. Don't worry, all of this will become crystal clear. I will say main h1 should go in left side. I'm gonna copy this h1. I will say second section. I have written main section. I will say first section. First section go left side, second section go in right side. Save this. Now how do we align texts? We use text dash align property, right? Now I want the first h1 to go in left side. By default it is already in left, okay? So we just have to move this h1 to the right side. So again I can come here, I can simply say that hey h1 text dash align right. If I save this, you will notice a problem. Did you see both of the h1 moved on the right side? We don't want both of the h1 to move on the right side. If you see, then you can see that this text is in left side, but this text is in right side. Both of them are appearing same, but one is in the left side and one is in the right side. But when I selected the h1 itself, you see, and I say text dash align right, all of the h1 moved onto the right side. Actually all of the h1 got these stylings applied. Why? The reason is very simple. We have used the element name itself. So when you use the element name itself, then there is a problem. Whenever you have that element written somewhere else on the same web page, then the stylings that you have defined here will be applied on that element as well. So it doesn't matter if you create one more section. Let's say I'm gonna create one more section, and inside this section I will have a div, and I will have one more section. I will have div. Don't worry about the div, we are going to look into div just in a moment. Section div okay, this is getting mad, but anyway, gonna say h1. I'll say I am one more h1, and the moment I will save it, you will see that this h1 will also be aligned to the right side of the web page. Did you see that? So this h1 is also appearing on the right side of the web page. Why? Because we have used the element selector. This is not good. Whenever you are using element selector, then all of the element, wherever it is written, it is going to get the stylings applied. So yeah, I mean this is going to break your web page. Now what is the solution? Well, the solution is to use classes and IDs on the web page. So if you want to style both of them differently, which is our main goal, we can use class and ID. So first of all, let's understand what is this class. So I can give all of these a class to make them look little different. Actually name them. I can name them that hey, your name is this, your name is that. So I can give this section a class name itself. I can simply say class equals to, now inside this double quote I can write what, I can give it a class. So let's say this is the main section, so I can say main dash section, okay? And so if this is main section, then a very suitable class name for this h1 can be main heading, right? So I can say main heading, okay, main heading. Similarly, this is our secondary class, so I can say class equals to secondary section. So this h1 can be called as secondary heading. Class equals to, not class, but class equals to secondary heading. Now if you save it, there will be no visual differences on the web page. By applying class or IDs, you are not going to get anything changed on the web page. You use class name and IDs name, you declare them to make your code look readable, as well as you want to have more control on them, okay? Now I can target this class and then I can style them accordingly. Now it will not come in our way. So instead of selecting the element itself, now I can select the class. I will simply take the class, I will come into the styles.css file. Here I will write main heading, you are supposed to go to text dash align left. If I save this, you will not see first section h1 should go in left, turning to left. If I save this, nothing happens. Why? Because we have used the class, but classes are not used like this. Whenever you are having a class, always use that with a dot prefix. What do you call it? Prefix or suffix, anything, but you use classes with dot syntax. So now if I save this, you see that the main h1 turned to left side. You want another property, simply use font dash size. I can say 60px, save it. Why not? I can use the background color as well, background dash color to be orange. Save this. There you go. Okay, now if you want to style the second h1 itself, you can select the second heading, and now you can say that hey, second heading, now let me comment this one, Okay, I can say if I save this right now, you see that the second h1 is also in the left side, but I can say text dash align right, and now I can apply these two stylings to this one as well. So this is something what that we have used, we have more control over. By using classes, you have more control over the elements. Now you can see that we are getting something like this. So our text for this section is aligned in left side, image is in right side. Text for this section is in right side, image is in left side. Image, we haven't used image, but I hope you are understanding the example. I think I'm increase this the let's decrease the font size to 30, okay, so that it would look visibly that what are we doing. Okay, so this is using classes. Now one more thing about classes that you should always remember is that classes can be repeated. So if you have one more for example, if you have a paragraph element, you can say I am a paragraph, and if you want to repeat the stylings that you have declared for this h1 on this paragraph itself, you can use the same class. So you have already defined this same class, these styles, so text align, font size, background. Now you don't have to select the paragraph and then define the same stylings to them as well. You can simply repeat this class. Of course it would not make sense because this name is main dash heading. Why would you use a name that is main dash heading on a paragraph? But you can do that. Classes can be repeated. So if you provide the same class to this element paragraph, you'll see this will also have the same stylings. Now of course there is a visual difference between a paragraph and an h1. That's why we are seeing the h1 in bold and paragraph in light, actually semi bold. But again, all the rest stylings has been applied on both of them. But yeah, this does not make sense. So you can change this to main para, and then of course you can come over here and instead of saying main dot main dash para and all of this style, you can simply provide a comma, and here you can say dot main dash para, main dash para. So now if you save it, both of them will have stylings, but now you don't have to declare main dash para and on a separate line and then declare styles for them as well. You can use both of these. If you want to declare same stylings for both of the elements, multiple elements actually, you can declare these stylings and you can separate them with a comma, and both of them will have the same stylings applied. So this is classes. Classes can be repeated. Okay, so yeah, now we have IDs as well. Why do we use IDs? Well, IDs are unique. As the name itself suggests, IDs are unique. We have more use cases of IDs, but let's quickly see what are IDs. If you want, again, you can use IDs as well. For example, I have an anchor tag. Okay, I have an anchor tag. I can say click me. First of all, let's not redirect us to anywhere. So I can provide this anchor tag an ID. I can say main dash link. Okay, so this is an ID. We use ID to, for example, we have multiple uses of ID. Let's not get into that. First of all, understand how do we actually use IDs. So the way we used dot selector, we can use hash to say that, okay, so now we are using an ID. So now we can take the name of the ID, that is main dash link. So I can say main dash link. Now I can style them. So let's say color to be blue. If I save this, oh, by default it is blue, so it is not going to have any change. How about I can say pink? It would not look visibly clean, does not look good, but I hope you understand what I want to show you. Okay, so we have multiple ways of selecting an element. We can select them by using elements name, classes, ID. Now why do we use ID? Well, IDs are unique. IDs should not be repeated. Even if you repeat it, it will be not much of a big problem. You can do this. You see, if I save this, you see both of the links having same stylings applied. But don't do this. This is not recommended. IDs are unique. Imagine you are going inside a classroom. You have been allotted a roll number of 15. Now someone else will have the same roll number. How would you feel? How would you be able to distinguish between yourself and the person who has the same roll number? Of course, your facial expressions, your body height can be counted, but still on the mark sheet, on the paper, it would be absurd to think that same student in the two multiple students in the class have same roll number. That's completely out of the world ranking. So yeah, IDs are unique. We have more use cases of IDs. For example, I can provide this section an ID. I can say main dash section, and then this section can be targeted with this ID, and then we can perform some tasks on this section. Now that task we will see when we will create the project. How do we navigate from one section to another section? For example, you must have seen, if you click a button, it will take you to that particular section. If you again click a button, or actually button or menu, it will take you to that particular section, so that you can use something like that functionality you can create using this ID. Okay, so this is a very simple selector. Now let's come back to this universal selector, that is with this asterisk symbol. Okay, so what is this universal selector? See, universal selector simply means select everything. So if you say asterisk, that is the symbol of universal selector. See, the name is universal, so everything in this CSS universe will be selected. So if you say what, let's say what if I say border, I can say 10 pixel solid black. If I save this, looks very ugly. You see, all of the elements that we have on this web page, all of them has a border of 10 pixel applied to it. You want to have something else, you want a margin, you can say margin of 10 px. Don't worry, we are going to understand about margin as well. Now you can see these stylings that you have declared here are applied on all of the element. Yes, all of the element, h1, paragraph, anchor. If you have one more element, it will be applied there as well. Okay, so if you duplicate all of these links, see all of them have a border of 10 pixel applied to it. Okay, so this is universal selector. The universal selector is used to reset the default stylings that the browser applies to the elements, and we will see this when we will learn about inspector tools and Chrome dev tools. But just understand it by this: by default, browser applies some default stylings to the element, and we don't want that to happen. Why? The reason is because as a developer, it is us who will decide which elements will have how much margin and spacing, not the browser, so that we can have more control on our design. And that's why we use universal selector to override those default styles applied by the browser. Let's now move forward and understand why we need combinators, which is also called as grouping selectors. Okay, let's now see why do we need combinators. While writing stylings, sometimes we need to style an element based on some conditions, and for that we can use a combinators. A CSS selector can contain more than one simple selector, and between these simple selectors we can include a combinator to have more control over a particular element that needs to be targeted. So in CSS we have 4 combinators, and these are also called as grouping selectors. Okay, because we group multiple simple selectors to create a relationship between them, so that we can target a particular element based on that relationship. We will see that in a moment. So there are 4 combinators: so descendant selector, child selector, adjacent sibling selector, and general sibling selector. So let's first see what is this descendant selector. And I have changed the background color of this web page from white to this color so that it will be easy on our eyes. Let's now understand descendant selector. A descendant selector is made up of 2 or more selectors or simple selectors, and they are separated by a white space. The use of descendant selector is very simple. It allows us to target an element that is a descendant of an element type. Now, what do I mean when I say element that is a descendant of an element type? Let's see that this entire section is a parent. Now it has some element. So these elements that are child of this parent, they are all descendant. So these all elements are descendant of this larger section. So I want to target elements based on a certain condition. For example, what if I tell you to style only those anchor tags that are inside this main dash section? Of course, you can see that this anchor tag already has an ID applied to it, so you can target this anchor tag with the ID. Of course, you can give it a class name as well, but there is a problem. If you do that, and let's suppose that this anchor tag, the same anchor tag, because class name can be repeated. Again, I'm pasting it, ID cannot be repeated, but let's suppose that this is a class. Okay, class can be repeated. Now if you target this anchor tag with the class name, then both of the anchor tags are going to get the same stylings. But I just gave you a condition. The condition is to select only those anchor tag that is inside this main dash section. You can use a descendant selector. So you will come here, and of course I have just commented all of the previous stylings, that's why you are saying it like this. Okay, so you can say only those anchor tag that is inside main dash section. So this is a descendant selector. Okay, and now here you can declare all the stylings. So first you write the section which you want to target, and then the element that you want to specifically target. So this is descendant selector. Didn't I just told you that descendant selector is made up of two or more simple selectors separated by a white space? So this part here is the white space where the cursor is blinking. So this is mandatory. If you do this, no, it will not work. You need to have a space between both of the simple selectors. So what it will do is that it will target only the anchor tag that is inside this main dash section. So if you say color is, I want to change the color to white, I want to increase the font size to, let's say, 30px. If I save this, you'll see that only the first anchor tag got all of those stylings applied, but not the second one. The second anchor tag that is inside this secondary section is still untouched. So this way you have more control over how you can style one particular element. Now let's say that I have a deeply nested element. For example, I have one more section, and inside this section I have a div, and inside this div I have one more section. Don't worry about the div, we are going to talk about div. And then I have one more div, one more section, and inside this section I just have a very simple anchor tag. Okay, that will lead us to nowhere. I will say what, buy now, very simple anchor tag. You see that this anchor tag also got the stylings applied. So it doesn't matter if the element that you are targeting is deeply nested or it directly comes after it directly is a child of the parent. It will already, or it will always be targeted, it will always be selected. So when you say anchor tag main dash section, then all of the anchor tag inside this main dash section will be selected and will be given these stylings. Okay, so this is descendant selector. So always remember that this descendant selector allows you to specifically target an element that is a descendant of a parent. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of this one. Okay, so this is descendant selector. After this we have to select child selector. So next up we have to understand about the child selector. So child selector is very easy. Descendant selector selects everything, even if it is a nested element it will select it, right? But the child selector only selects the children of an element. So I'm just going to get all those markups back again. Now let's say that I want to target what, this anchor tag or this anchor tag. I can use a child selector. So I can simply say I want to select, let me come to styles.css. I can say that I want to say all of the anchor that is a child of this dot main dash section. Okay, so what this means is that only anchor tag that is a children of this main dash section will get all the stylings applied. So I'm going to comment the previous styling. I will take this color and font size. If I save this, or let's give it a background as well, I will say background dash color of orange. If I save this, you see the second anchor tag got the stylings applied, but not the first one. Why? Because the first anchor, it's a descendant selector, it's not a child specifically. What is a child? Well, child is something that comes directly inside this range. So this is the child, but this is not the child, this is descendant. This is deeply nested. This link is deeply nested, first inside this larger section, inside then div, then section, div, section, and then it is here. But if you quickly bring it here, right here, now it is a children as well. If you save it, now you see both of them got the same stylings applied. So one is descendant, so this is descendant, and this is child. Okay, so I hope the distinction is pretty clear. There is a clear difference between a child selector and a descendant selector. Descendant selector selects every element even if it is deeply nested, but a child selector only selects element that is a real child of a selected element. So, and yeah, I almost forgot to tell you that the symbol for child selector is this greater than symbol. For descendant selector, you need just a spacing. If you save it, you see both of them got the stylings applied because now we are using a descendant selector. But when you say that I want to select only anchor tag or only those element that is a children of a specified element, then you can use a child selector. The symbol is greater than. Okay, if you save it, only the second one got the stylings because that is the children. Other than all of these links, they are deeply nested, so these are not going to be applied. Even if you copy this link and if you provide it here, it is not going to get the stylings applied because it is also not a children. Children comes directly after the described element. They are not deeply nested. So this is child selector. After that, we have adjacent sibling selector and general sibling selector. Next up in our list is adjacent sibling selector. So I have commented all of the previous code because they were already getting little bigger. So I thought that I should not explain you adjacent sibling selector and remaining general sibling selector with the same markup. So I commented all of them and I have written fresh markup. So if you observe, this is very simple. I have a section containing 2 paragraphs and then 2 paragraphs on their own, and then again same section containing 2 paragraphs and 2 paragraphs on their own. So if you want to select this paragraph and this paragraph that is inside the section, you can use descendant selector, right? But what if I want to select an element that comes directly after an element? For that, we are going to use adjacent sibling selector. So I can come to styles.css and here I can say that I want to select paragraph that comes after section. It is not inside section, okay, and neither it is a child of that section. This is coming after the section, so here I'll have to say plus. So this plus is the symbol of adjacent sibling selector. So if you want to target an element that comes directly after an element, for that you'll always use adjacent sibling selector. So I can say color to be white, and let's increase the font size so that it will appear little different. I can say 30px. If I save this, you see paragraph 3 after a section and paragraph 7 after a section got these stylings applied. So let me show you on the markup. So this one, paragraph 3 and paragraph 7. Now you can see that this paragraph 4 and paragraph 8 did not got all the stylings applied. The reason is that the adjacent sibling selector only selects an element that is directly after another specific element, so that is placed immediately after a certain element. So it does not select everyone, but only the first element that comes directly after the specified element. So this is adjacent sibling selector. Now if you want to select every of the element, then you'll have to use general sibling selector. So this one. So for the symbol for general sibling selector is this tilde. So now if you save it, now you see that all of the stylings are applied to all of the elements that comes directly after this section. Okay, so this is difference between adjacent sibling selector and general sibling selector. So I hope that the combinators class was little easy for you to understand. Now I can understand that as a beginner this might be little tough for you to get this concept little tuned into your head, but trust me, these are not really difficult. If you write the markup on your own and if you try to for example, if you want to select this paragraph and if you want to use a combinator inside this section, just create one more div. I'm going to explain you what is div. So create a div inside a section and then a section inside a div, and try to create an element and then try to target that element using all of these mentioned selectors. So descendant, child, adjacent and general. You will understand that how each one of them behaves. So this is the perfect way to understand. You cannot just sit and relax and expect me to teach you everything. I can get your hands, I can hold your hand and I can get you on the track, but movement is within you. You will have to move. It's not me who is going to pick your hand, who is going to hold your hand and going to move you across. Trust me, students, I would say dear friends, this is something that you'll have to do on your own, okay? You'll have to practice. if you just keep sitting and imagining that okay, today, tomorrow, then you are done. Okay, so don't take all of these things for granted. So yeah, do make sure to practice. So this is adjacent and general sibling selector. Next up, we are going to understand pseudo selectors, and then after that we will understand attribute selectors. Next up in our list, we have pseudo class, and I have commented all of the previous code again. Now by default, some of the elements on our website, they appear static and they change based on the certain actions that we perform. For example, I am again back at wizardingworld.com, and you can see in the center of the web page we have a very simple button. Now statically it is appearing as you are saying it, but the content, not actually the content, but the appearance will slightly change based on certain actions that we perform. For example, if I hover over this button, you can notice that the background changed slightly, not much but slightly. See, this is the normal state of the button. When I hover over it, did you see that the button's background color changed? So this is the action that I am performing, and based on that action certain things are occurring. In this case, I am hovering. This can be clicking, this can be dragging and dropping, anything, and based on that event certain things happen. So for this we will have to understand how do you use a pseudo class. So I have a very simple presentation here. If you read, it says a pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector that specifies a special state of the selected element, and I have a very simple anchor tag example. So I have created an anchor tag and then I have given it a hover class with these stylings. So by default it appears like this, but when you hover over that anchor tag it will appear like this one. So let me show you. I'll create a very simple anchor tag that will not lead us to anywhere. I will say click me, okay, and then I'll go to styles.css, and here, okay, I don't know why it is loading, but anyway, here you can see we have click me. So I'm gonna comment this real quick, and I'll say a, and now I can simply say color to be white. First of all, I'm just doing some resets. I'll say background. Okay, so these are the stylings that I have applied to this anchor tag by default. Now I'm just going to say a colon hover. So hover is one pseudo class. I think I have list of many more as well. So we have active, checked, first, and let's see first hover. What is hover? So I can say when someone hovers over this button, I just want to change the background color to Rebecca purple. Okay, that's it. If I save this, now if I hover over this link, you see that the background color is changing to Rebecca purple. So this is pseudo class. By using pseudo class, you can create functionality like this one. So when someone does something should be different. So just same as this one. I am hovering over this button and the background color is changing. You want to increase the font size, you can do that. You can simply say font dash size. So someone, when they will hover over this, the font size will increase to 100 pixel. It will not look really good. You see, this is not good, but yeah, you can do this. And after hover, we also have active. What is this active? Well, when we hover over the button, we click as well. Okay, so I can say a colon active. So when the button is active, I just want to change the background color to, let's say, green. I'll say green will signal that the button has been clicked. Okay, so if I hover over it, the color, the background color is Rebecca purple, but when I click it, you see that the color changed to green. So this is active pseudo class. Other than this, we have checked, first child, not, nth child, nth of type. So I'm not going to go into all of them. I will leave it for you to discover on your own, because it would be practically impossible for me to go into all of them, but I'll surely want to show you this nth of type. So if you just say, for example, first of all, I will have to create some lists. I will say unordered list. Inside this, I'll have list. I'll say item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now I want to style all the even item inside of this unordered list. I can use nth of type. So again, I'll have to say ul, not ul, but li. All the li, that is nth of type, I'll say even. Okay, now all the even data will have a background dash color of white. If I save this, you'll see all of the even items. So item 2, 4, 6, 8, all of them has this stylings applied. Now if you want to select the odd items, you can say odd, and now all of the odd items will be styled with this property. So background color is white for all the odd items. So item 1, 3, 5, 7. If you want a specific number, you can provide that as well. For example, I want the third item to have these stylings. There you go. Now only the third item has this styling. If you want the eighth one, you can do that as well. So this is pseudo class. Pseudo class helps you to declare styling for a special state of the selected elements. Next up in the list, we have pseudo elements. So pseudo elements are also pretty much similar as pseudo class. The only difference is that pseudo class is used with single colon and pseudo element is used with double colon. So here I have written few of them: after, before, first letter, first line selection. So let's see what pseudo elements mean. So I'm just going to write a simple h1. I will say a simple h1. Okay, now if you want to manipulate this h1, you can use a simple pseudo class. So here I'm just going to say h1 colon. Now if you want to style the first letter, so here you can see that it is already suggesting us that, hey, you want after, backdrop, before. So let's say I want after. Okay, I want to do something after this. I want to create a content after this h1. So here I can say content is going to be what? I am simple h1 enjoy. So this enjoy will come after this h1. So if I save this, you see we get enjoy. Now if you want to space, you'll have to provide a space here. Save it, and there you go, a simple h1 enjoy. You want to style it, you can simply say color to be white, and now it will be styled accordingly. So this is after pseudo element. It helps you to declare, if it helps you to create something after the h1 is end. So this h1 is the markup that you have created, but after this, if you want to create something, some text, you can use this after. Similarly, you have before as well. So let me duplicate all of this one. Okay, so here I'm just going to say before, and I will change the content to before. Very simple. You see, you get before a simple h1 enjoy. Okay, so this is after and before pseudo elements. After this, we also have first letter, first line selection. So you can pretty much guess for yourself. So first letter will simply style the first letter of the h1. So I can say h1 colon first dash letter. If I say color to be purple, you see the first letter of the h1 is colored purple, and then I can also use the first line itself. So if I say first dash line, then the first line will have the same color. I can say color, I think red will look fine, so I can say red. You see that the first line is colored red, but now you can say that, okay, so this is first line, how can I differentiate between first line and second line? We just have a simple line. So there is a tag called as line break, br. Okay, so you can use br, which is called as line break tag, to actually write a single statement into multiple parts. I can say I am on next line. So if I save this, you see we get I am on next line. So only first line is styled, but not this one. Okay, so this is first line, and after this we have selection, right? So h1 colon selection is very easy. You just say background color to be orange. If I save this, whenever I will select an element, you see when I'm selecting this markup, can you see the background color turned to this orange? So this is selection, but I won't be able to select something that I have created manually. So by using this pseudo elements after, before, so I cannot select this before and this enjoy because this has been created using this pseudo elements. I can only select that markup that I have actually created in my index.html file. So a simple h1 I can select it, but I cannot select something that I have created using pseudo elements. So this is some of the very simplest pseudo elements. Now I cannot go into all of them, and we should not really invest that much time to understand what are pseudo elements, what does each pseudo element does. If you want to use a specific one, you can always look for docs, and I will tell you how do we actually use online documentations to figure out what we need. But this is what I wanted to get you through: pseudo class and pseudo elements. Next up we have attribute selectors, and after that we are going to understand about I think specificity and cascade. Okay, and you can see whatever topic we understood, I just check mark that. So I think we are almost done to this one as well, so we are going to check mark this one as well. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one where we are going to understand about attributes selector. Next we have this attributes selector. So as the name itself suggests, you can target an element based on the attribute they have. So I have a very simple anchor element which has an attribute of href that does not lead us to anywhere. So I can take all of this, I can copy it, and here I have written I've already written the markup for attribute selector. So you simply say anchor that has an href attribute of this one, then color this one. Okay, so this is attribute selector. If you have a class, for example this h1, if it has a class of I can say heading, I can simply take this entire part here. Okay, so I'm just going to say h1 that has attribute of class heading. Now color them pink. It would not look good, but I can do that. Now h1 is pink. You want to what you want to increase the font, you can say font dash size to be 100px, and there you go. So this is a very simple attribute selector. Next up we have cascade and specificity. At list we have cascade and specificity. So CSS stands for cascading style sheet. Cascading simply means that the order in which your styles are declared, they matter a lot. So I have a very simple h1, and here I have written that initially the color of h1 should be yellow, and then I said green, and then I said white, and then I said red. Now you can see that the styling that is applied to this h1 is this red. So this is cascade. The order that comes in the last in our declaration, they are applied. This is cascade, so the order matters. Okay, if you comment this out, you'll see now our h1 will turn white. If you comment this one, now our h1 will turn green. Comment this one, and now our h1 will be yellow. So the order in which your styles are written, they matter, and the one that appears latest, that is being applied finally to it. Now what is specificity? On a specificity, I have a very amazing article from web.dev. So if you read, it says, okay, it says this module takes a deeper look at specificity, a key part of the cascade. So if you read this one, you will be able to understand what is specificity, but still I'm going to go into this. Okay, so suppose that you are working with the following HTML. You have a very simple button that says hello specificity. Here you have applied, and you can see we also have a class of branding applied to it. So initially the button has color of red, and now by using the class we have set color of blue. What do you think will be the stylings applied to this button? So I have a very simple button here. I'm going to create it, button dot branding. Okay, branding. I will say I am a button. If I save this, I will see this style. I'm a button. Okay, now I'm going to style it multiple way. First I'm going to directly select the element itself. I will give the background color of orange. Okay, and now I'm going to select the class, and now I will see background color of, let's say, what should I say, blue. Let's say now you see that the background color of blue is applied on this button, but not the background color of orange applied to it. I can see I have two semicolons. Let me get rid of one. Why this is happening? Let's read it. The answer is mentioned here. So there is two competing rules here. One will color the button red, and the other will color it blue. So one is coloring orange and the other one is coloring it blue. Now the question is, why blue was applied and not the orange one? Of course, you see that this is appearing in the last, that's why it is applying. But if I move it above, you will still see that the button will still be blue. Let me show you right here. You see that the button is still blue. The reason why it is blue is that the class has always a higher specificity than an element. Here we have selected all of the element, but if there is a class on an element and you are selecting the class and you are selecting the element as well, and then if you are applying same stylings to it, then the stylings that are declared for the class will be applied. So specificity, in the specificity battle, class have more you can say importance than a button. If you read here, right here, if you read it, it says understanding the CSS specifications algorithm about specificity is the key to understanding how CSS decides between competing rules. Specificity is one of the 4 distinct stages of the cascade, which was covered in the last module, where we did not talk about cascade in the last module. I just told you what is cascade. But anyway, if you read here, it says each selector rules gets a scoring. You can think of specificity as a total score, and each selector type earns point towards the score. So if you select the element and then you give it a style, your score will be 1. I'm just giving you an imaginary number. But if you're selecting a class and then you are styling, then your score will be 2. So 2 is always greater than 1. So 2 will be applied, not the 1 will be applied. Okay, so 2 will win in the cascading battle, actually a specificity battle. So 2 will be applied, the styles that is declared for the 2 will be a style. So there is a scoring system that is going behind, and so the higher score you have, that will win, and that style will finally be applied. So here it is written scoring each selector type. So a universal selector has no specificity and gets 0 points. So if you select something with this star selector, it has a 0 point, it has 0 point. This means that any rule with 1 or more points will override it. So if you select a streak, and here if you write if you say that background to be, let's not do this, I can say background color to be blue. If you see, entire background is blue, right? But if I now say that now I'm selecting body, and now I'm selecting the background color and changing it to white. Let me get rid of this colon, save it. Now you see that the body part, where we have written the part here, this entire body has a background color of white. If I quickly change it to HTML, now I think I hope I will get everything white. You see that entire part is now white. So you see that this universal selector has a specificity of 0. You know what do we use universal selector for? We use universal selector when we want to select each and everything on our element, on our web page actually. So when we say universal selector background color of blue, then the entire web page turned blue. But now I overrided that by using more I can say greater specificity class. So this HTML is winning in a specificity battle because element has higher specificity than this universal selector. I'm gonna comment this one real quick. So I'm gonna come back to this article to explain a little more. And then we have element and pseudo element selector. So element or pseudo element selector gets 1 point of specificity. They have one number. So if you will use the element itself, you will get 1. Okay, and then you have class selector. So class selector always gets 10 points. So that's why you see that this element has 1. It achieved the marks of 1, and a class achieved the marks of 10. So 10 wins. So the styling for the class will be applied. Now if you have an ID selector, again this attribute selector also has point of 10. Yeah, a class, pseudo class and attribute selector gets 10 points of specificity. And then after that we have I think we have ID selector. So an ID gets 100 points of specificity. So if you have an ID instead of classes, if you have an ID, let me quickly declare an ID here. I can say button ID equals to, I will say branding. Okay, ID is also branding. Let me select this one, this entire part here, copy this. Well, I forget to save. And now here I will say hash branding, and now if I change the background color of orange to red, now you will see that id will win. So id has more specificity number than class. So now you can see that our button is red. Okay, so even if you put this class before id, this will not going to work. The id will always win. Why? Because see, this element has one number, this class has 10 number, 10 points. Actually they scored 10 points in a specificity battle, but id has 100 number. So if an element is using both of three, if you are using if you are styling an element with its name by providing a class, this one is class, or by providing an id, id will always win in the specificity battle. So whatever you will declare here, it will be applied on that element. Okay, of course here you can change it. If you want to have some other stylings for 100px, if you save this, you see that the font size of this class is also loaded, but this one will be overriding this one. So background color is blue, so id's background color will be applied, but this font size, it can be inherited from this css class as well. Okay, so this is a specificity. I think I have one more. Yeah, inline styles always win. So doesn't matter if you apply all of this here, but if you have an inline styling, for example, if you write the style directly here, style equals to, let's say, background dash color of orange, it will always win. Okay, it will always win. So always remember that inline styles has a higher specificity of 1000. So element 1, class 10, id 100, but inline style has a specificity of 1000. So this is a specificity how css selects which rule will be applied on which on which element. And then the most important of all of them is this important rule. For example, if you want to apply this rule, for example, you say that, hey, I want this orange to be applied anyhow, or let's change this to some other color because we already have orange. Let's say that this pink. Okay, I want this pink to be applied, but right now this inline style is winning in this specificity battle, but no, I want anyhow this background color to be applied. So I can say exclamation, and now you can see it is already suggesting us that, hey, do you want this important? I'll say yes, I do want this important. So now doesn't matter, even if you have this inline stylings, this important will win because this important statement has a specificity number of 10,000. So if you save it, now you can see that the background of the button changed to this pink color. Okay, so always remember that specificity is the battle of how an element is going to be, what styles applied to it. So I'm going to write elements point 1. Okay, elements point 1, and after this we have class has a point of 10, id will get a point of 100, and I think inline will get a point of 1000. And then if you have important text like this, it will have a specificity number of 10,000. And so if you have used this important statement on any of the element, then this will be applied. Doesn't matter even if it is universal selected, important always wins. Okay, but one thing I want to warn you about is that we do not use important. This is not recommended. You can use it for some different purposes, but normally we do not use important. We really make our css look really what I can say very easy to read. Okay, so until and unless you are 100% sure that, hey, I want to use this important here, this styling is very important for me, and this should never ever be replaced by other properties, this should never be overridden by other property, then you are going to use important. Otherwise you are going to keep it very simple and very stupid. One thing I also want to show you before going is that I've created a new css file, style2.css, so I'll have to create as well. So I'm going to create a style2.css. somehow I deleted this. If I say this button here, or let's not select the button itself, let's keep it very simple. I think I have an h1 here on the web page. Yeah, I am an h1. Okay, so I'm gonna save this h1, and this styles2.css, I will say h1 should now get the color of Rebecca purple. If I save this, now you see that our h1 turned Rebecca purple. The reason why it is turning Rebecca purple is that we already have commented all of this code, but even if I get this one here, you will see that our h1 is Rebecca purple. Why? See how we are parsing our CSS, it depends on that. So here on the first link tag, we parsed our style.css. So the code moved to style.css and it figured out that okay, so h1 is colored red, but after this line it moved to this line, and here I have a conflicting style where I have again changed the h1's color from red to Rebecca purple. Now Rebecca purple is applied to it. So this is what happening. Okay, so but if I move it to up, now you will see that h1 will be back to red. So now this styling is applied. So yeah, this is cascade and this is specificity. Cascade is how the cascade simply means that the order of your styles, they are very important. That's how your elements are going to get a particular styles, and cascade simply decides the rule for which a particular style is going to be applied. And before leaving you right here, I really want you all to go to this link and read this article on your own, and you will understand about specificity and cascade in a much more broader way. Okay, so yeah, do make sure to go to this web.dev/learn/css/specificity article and read more about them. Okay, so this is complete details about selectors and cascade and specificity. Next up, we are going to learn about box model. So see you there. Okay, next up in our list, we have box model. But before I start to teach you about box model, I want to get into this very simple yet very important concept that you must need to understand, such as inspector tools. How do we actually inspect these elements that are appearing on our web page? Plus, I will guide you through some of the resources that you can use quite often to do research on your own, so that you literally do not have to be dependent upon anyone. If you need certain answers to a certain question, you can look them on these resources. Okay, so yeah, let's get through it. And so the first thing is inspector tool. So this is a Chrome developer tool. Now why do we need this? Many times while developing websites, sometimes things can go little different, and it might give you a little panic attack. It happens with beginners mainly. So sometimes when you write styles, I wouldn't be able to give you an example, but I will show you more slightly easy way. Okay, so let's say that I applied this button a padding, although we haven't really talked about padding yet, but I think a more suitable example would be, yeah, very simple, why not background color. So let's say I give this button a background color of orange, but somehow that orange color is not applying. Yeah, you can see that this I have given it a background color of orange, but the button is in this what do you call this color, pink. By looking at naked eyes, you can get confused. You can say that okay, so I have used inline stylings which has higher specificity, but still this background color of orange is not applying on these buttons. What's going on? To figure out what's going on, you can inspect this element. How to inspect? Well, not only this element, but any element on CSS on your web page, you can inspect and figure out that what's going on and why something is not applying as it should have been. So just right click and go to inspect, and that's it. You just have to do this one. Okay, and I'm gonna expand it a little bit. I think I have some additional notifications. I'm gonna close this one. I will zoom a little bit. Okay, so the Chrome developer tools is divided into two parts. So the first one, well, here you can see many tabs, elements, console. We don't have to deal into that much right now, but this is this pane, it's showing you all of the element that is actually created in the markup. So if you expand this one, you see you have head. Okay, head contains all the meta tags that you have used, and this is similar to what you have here. Okay, so you see you have styles.css, styles.css, style2.css, style2.css. so this is the representation of your actual code that you have written here. Okay, so these elements tab, not these elements tab, but this element tabs represents all of the code that you have written here. Okay, so if you you see that the code that even I have commented, they appear here. Okay, if you expand the body tag, you see it represents all of the code. Of course, these codes are not actually parsed, but yeah, it appears because we have these codes in our markup. Now the actual code would be somewhere here. So here we have just a simple h1 and then this button. Now if you click this button, of course, because that is the button on which we are going to do some analysis, that why this background dash color of orange is not applied to it. So if you hover over it, well, not hover over it, but if you click it, you see it was automatically selected. You see it is selected when I hover over this button. Now to figure out why this styling is applied, go here. Now on this styles tab, here you can see, let me expand it, you can see all of the stylings that has been applied to this button to appear it like such. Now you can figure out, so this elements.style is the default styling that should have been applied on this because you have clicked this element. Okay, but if I come little bit down, you can see that it says okay, background color of orange could have been applied, but this is not applied. Background color of red could also have been applied, but this is also not applied. Additionally, this button could also have a background of blue, but it is also not applied. Well, the reason why it is not applied is that it is not winning in the specificity battle. You know that I have used this important syntax here. So when you are marking any property and its value as important, then specificity and cascade rule does not really play that much. When you are saying that it is important, then it is going to get higher authority, higher authority over any other specified rules. So now you can see that it is check marked and these are not crossed, so it means that this color is applied. Now from here you can toggle it if you want to just see that okay, how would the button appear if this stylings were not applied. You can deselect it, and now you can see that orange color is being applied to the button because now our this style is winning. Well, if you want to check that if this style is not applied, how would our button then look? Just deselect it, and now you can see that since IDs are preceded over classes, now you see that background color of red is being applied. If you deselect this one, now you see we get the blue color. Okay, so this is CSS inspector tool. Now if you go to computed section, this is the box model representation of this element. So let me just give you a very brief information about box model. It's just the representation of how an element is formed. Of course, we are going to learn about box model in complete details, but right now this is the actual representation of how an element is formed. Okay, but yeah, let's not get into that much. Do I have to show you something else? Well, I don't think so. No. So these are some additional stylings that could have been applied. Okay, no, but this is a style tag, style tab, not tag. I don't know why I'm publishing, because I'm recording in the mid of the night because I thought this would be perfect time. So yeah, 2:40 a.m. Should have been sleeping, but no. So this is CSS inspect tool. We use it quite often to figure out why something is behaving as it is behaving, and we will use this inspect tool to really dig detail when we will build our project, because at that time it would be certain that we are going to get into some trouble while building that huge portfolio website that is coming up. So there I will show you the real power of how to use this inspect tool. Okay, and the next step that I want to show you is that how to do research. For example, I told you that I cannot teach you each and everything about CSS, so I'm going to show you 4 of the best resources that I use to figure out informations related to web development, specifically CSS, HTML and JavaScript. The first one is the MDN. Okay, so this is the this contains all of the resources to the details. So pro developers, I think they mostly use MDN, but this is how can I say, for a beginner this might little get intimidated, but this is one of the resources that we can use. Another one I've already shown you, this is htmldog.com. this is pretty easy and the UI is very simple. The third one is this web.dev. So web.dev is a very simple yet very amazing website that you can use to find out informations related to CSS. And if you want to really learn CSS from the dev, from the depth actually, you can use web.dev. So just go to, okay, ignore this html css, htmldoc.com, ignore this developer.mozilla.com, go to web.dev/learn/css, and I promise you that if you go through these references, you see box model, selectors, cascade, inheritance, what is color, how do we actually deal with color, sizing unit that we are going to talk about. I think I have that, yeah, css units, percentage mm pixels. So yeah, layout, we are going to talk about layout in this flexbox, and when we learn about media queries and responsive design, we are also going to talk about what are mobile first design, then grid. So this flexbox and grid, you see it is already here. Logical properties, spacings, pseudo elements, we already talked about that. Pseudo classes, borders, we are going to talk about borders just in a moment when we will start understanding box model. Okay, so yeah, this contains, I mean, yeah, animations, filters, blend modes, lists. Whew. This is going to be your one stop for learning css. Last but not the least, you have csstricks.com. I remember when I was starting with web development back in 2018, when I was a noob. Well, I'm still noob, but somehow I progressed slowly. So yeah, I used to use this CSS website.com. I think Chris Square is the founder of CSS tricks.com. I don't actually remember. If you guys know, then yeah, make sure to correct me in the comments. So for example, if you want to learn about flexbox, just search here flexbox. They have amazing tutorials on flexbox, old flexbox and new flexbox. Okay, a complete guide to flexbox. Why not? Let's check it. Yeah, okay, Chris Square. Did you see? My memory is sharp. So yeah, this is the what can you say, visualizing learning. But anyway, if you want to learn, you can learn. The lessons are very interactive. So this is container, these are items, how do you use them. You can read about flexbox, although we are going to understand about flexbox, but even though we are going to talk, sometimes you will need the reference by reading some articles. So you can really come to these 4 websites. I would again suggest you to go to this one, this web.dev/learn/css, and this will be enough for you to understand enough css to understand how to build websites like wizardingworld.com that involves complex codes to written in order to build something like that. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to keep this video really casual. I really did not wanted to edit this too much, so pardon me for all the mistakes in my sentences that I've created. I'm not going to put too much editing to it. So yeah, this is 2 things that I wanted to talk about. The inspect tool and how to do research on your own and how to learn steps on your own. Okay, moving on, about JavaScript, I have already taught about how to do research when you want to learn JavaScript. So do check out the JavaScript playlist. You are going to get a lot of out of it. So I don't think I have much to talk about now. Let's get into this box model. We're going to understand about margins, paddings, what are borders, what is this border box, and of course, how does this styles being computed somewhere over here. So yeah, this computed, how box model actually, simply how does an element actually forms. Okay, so yeah, see you in the next one. A really important thing to remember when writing CSS or working on the web as a whole is that everything displayed by CSS is a box. Whether that's a box that uses border radius to look like a circle or even just some text. The key thing to remember is that it's all boxes. That's why understanding how the CSS box model works is therefore a core foundation of CSS. So let's now understand box model. So I have check marked all of the topics that we have already covered. So box model consists of margins, understanding of margins, paddings, what is border and how does border box and content box actually behaves. Now all of this will become crystal clear just in a moment. Let's now go through each one of them one by one. So yeah, let me quickly show you that I've created a new folder, box model, inside which I have boxmodel.html and then a simple box.css, and both of them linked together. I thought that I should teach you box model in this very index.html file, but then I realized that it is already getting a little bigger, so this might not be a good choice to do. because why not, we can create a new folder and we can keep all of the content separate, so that when I will give you the final file, it will be really very easy for you to navigate through each topic that we have discussed. Okay, so let me close the sidebar, and of course I don't want this index.html. So yeah, this is the box model.html. I generated the default markup, and I linked box.css, and that's why it is going live here. Okay, and yeah, I changed the background color to this one because I don't like this to be white, because if you are watching this in night, this might cause little trouble to your eyes. So that's why I changed the background color to this color. Okay, let's now talk about box model in details, and we are going to start with margins. So here I'm going to create two div. Now remember, in previous video I told you that we are going to talk about div. Let's do it now. So div is a non-semantic element. It does not have any meaning of its own, but the way you create a section or a block of code using semantic tags like nav, aside, you can do that using the div as well. The only difference is that div is same as all of those tags, but it does not have a meaning of its own. Okay, other than this, it does not have any else difference. So if you hover over this div, I hope you will see it. Okay, so if you read, the div element has no special meaning at all. It represents its children, and you can read further, but only difference is div is non-semantic, and semantic tags like section, navbar, aside, they have some meaning, they have literal meanings. Okay, so here I'm going to create two div. I will give this div a class, and I will call it box1, and I will create one more div. I will call it box2, and I will write some content inside this. I'll say lorem of, or let's create a paragraph. Okay, I'll say a paragraph, come on, paragraph, and I'll have a lorem of 20 words of text. Okay, there you go, and I'll have the same text in this box as well, and you can see that here. Okay, now let's style it, and I will style the div with common stylings. I will give it a width of width, width of 300, or let's go with 200 pixel, although it does not matter much. Height is also 200 pixel. So we use width and height property to describe the width and height of an element. Okay, so now you can see that both of them are limited to 300 by 200. Okay, and then I can say that let's now style each box individually. So I will say box1 have a background dash color of, I think I have so I've created this presentation to explain you a little bit in depth. So I can say the box1 will be black, and box2 will be orange. Okay, and box2, not box1. Okay, and since box1 is black and the text color by default is black, that's why you cannot see the text. So let's change the color of text to white from black. Okay, there you go. Now let's understand what is margin. So margin is simply the distance that you apply from outside of the an element. For example, if you say that, hey, I want to shift this div, here you can see this box1, I want this box1 to have a margin from top of 50 pixel. I want this box to appear somewhere here, so right here. So this is the visual representation of what we actually have in this code. So if you want to do something like this, you want this box to appear somewhere here, you can use the margin property. So you can come over here, you can say that, hey, box1, I want you to have a margin of top of let's say 30 pixel. You'll see the box will move from top of 30 pixel. If you cannot see the difference, let me increase the margin. You see now box moved 80 pixel from top. Now how can I figure out that it actually moved from top? I can inspect it. I will select this box, and now can you see this orange part right here? If you hover on it, you can see this orange part, that's the margin that it has from the above, from the top, and it also shifted this box down. Okay, now if you want this box to have margin from left side, you can again say margin from left of 80 pixel, and now the box moved away from left side. So now the box is somewhere here. Okay, of course something like this one, because we already have margin from top. So right here. Now if you want this box to have margin from bottom, you can do that as well. So you can say margin from bottom of 80 pixel, and now there is a margin of 80 pixel right here, and that's why this box is appearing 80 pixel away from this box. Similarly, you can have margin from right as well. So when you say right of 80 pixel, don't just assume that box will shift away from right to 80 pixel. No, it will have just invisible space of 80 pixel from this side. But when you create a new element just next to this div, then that element will not touch this div, but that element will be 80 pixel away from this element. So if you have something like this, then if you have another div, it will not appear here, it will appear here. Why? Because this div has margin of 80 pixel from top, left, bottom and right as well. If you do not have margin of 80 pixel from right, this box will have enough space to touch it. But if it has a margin of 80 pixel, then it is creating a space of 80 pixel from all of its side. So in plain English, it is same as saying that, hey, this div has 80 pixel from 80 pixel of space from all side. So whatever element that will appear next to it should stay away 80 pixel from it. Okay, so this is margin. In very simple plain English, margin is simply the space that you create outside of an element. Okay, so this is margin. Now just opposite of this, padding is something that by using padding you create a space inside of an element. So let's see that this text right here is touching the corner of this box. Right now, if you want this text to have a space within, you can say within this container, within this box, but on top of it, on side of it, each side, if you want to have a space, you can use the padding. So padding is a space from inside. So similarly, you can say that I want a padding of let's say 30 pixel padding from top. Okay, so I can say padding from top of let's go with 40 pixel, 40 px. You see that it has a padding of 40 pixel from top. Similarly, you can say for left as well, left of padding of 40 pixel, and of course you can say right as well, that will have 40 pixel of padding from right. And similarly you can have for bottom as well, so padding of bottom. So this is padding. Padding simply creates a space within the container. So how can I show you? If you can ask me that, okay, I trust you, but can you show, can you prove that this is actually what you are teaching about? So if you inspect it, you will be clearly able to see all those margins and paddings. So just click this inspector tool, select the element, and now come to computed section. By default you may be there, styles, go to computed, and this is the box model representation of the element that you are seeing. You see this 80, this when you hover over this 80, this entire part, the orange part that you see is margin. Of course you can see that it is when you say that 80 pixel from right is going all the way from left to right, because div is a block level element. So that's why you can see the margin from right is going all the way to right. These are not margins, these are default behavior of inline block. These are not margins, but these are default behaviors of block level element. We are going to understand about block and inline just in a moment. There I will explain you what do I mean. Okay, so if you see, we have 80 pixel of margin from bottom. If I quickly get rid of this by simply double clicking, and I can now edit it here, I can say 0, hit enter. You see we got rid of the margin from bottom. Similarly from top I can delete it, and there you go. I can do that here as well. Of course it will not be permanent, it will be temporary, but yeah, we can do that. If I refresh, it will quickly be back. Okay, so this is margin, and then we have padding of 40 pixel from inside. Now this entire part that you see here, this is content. So this is content. When you hover over this, 200 into 200, so this is width into height. So this is 200 is the width of the content, and this 200 is the height of the content. So this is the blue part that you are seeing. When I hover over this part here, this is the actual content. Here you can insert an image, you can create something else, anchor tag, anything. So this is the width of element, actually the content. And then we have padding, and we do not have any border so far, so no borders appearing here. But then you have this margin. Okay, so we understood two things. one is margin, one is padding, another one is borders. So border is literal border that you define to an element. For example, I have this element, this is my presentation software, so that's why I created this visualization right here so that I can make it crystal clear. Okay, so let's say that I want this box to have a border. I can literally do that. Of course, I'm doing it manually, and I'll show you real quick how to do this with CSS. So here you can see I can adjust the width. By the way, you can see that the color of the border is black and the type of the border is solid. Of course, I can select from I can say dashed, dotted, so these are type of borders, and then from here I can actually change the color to green, red, anything. Okay, then here I can decrease the width, decrease and increase the width, and yeah, of course, width of the border. Okay, so to define this border you can use the border property. So here you will say border, let's say border, and now I want the border from all four sides. So I can, of course, I can also manually say that I want border from top, border from left, but more generally we apply border on all of the sides. But let's say that I want border on all of the sides of 10 pixel. So the first part is the width, I say 10 pixel, and then the type of the border I will say solid, so the one you are seeing right now, and then here you'll have to say color, so I'll say white. If you save it, you see you have a 10 pixel of border, the color is white. And now here in the box model representation, you can actually see that okay, so border is also calculated. So when you hover over this border part, you can see that is highlighted over here. Okay, so this is content, the highlighted part, this is the padding, the green part, this is border, the yellow part, and this is margin, the orange part. So this is the overall construction of an element, how an element appears. So this representation is the box model representation of an element, and this is not only available for just this div, but even if you create a paragraph, you are going to see this box model representation for that paragraph. Okay, so box model is a simple representation of how an element is appearing. Okay, now of course, if you want to have different border on each side, you can do that. You can say border dash top, I want let's say 20 pixel of solid pink. You can do that. Now from top you can see that we have a border of 20 pixel of pink. If it is not visible, I can change this to a random high contrast color like green. Now I can see it. Okay, similarly you can say border of bottom as well. That's completely doable. Looks like the spelling is wrong, border bottom. Okay, similarly you can replace all of this to create the padding shorthand, that is just padding. So if you say padding of 40 pixel, then this simply means that padding of top, left, right, bottom. Okay, so this is the shorthand for padding. Similarly we have shorthand for margin as well, that is simple margin. Okay, margin of let's say 80 pixel, because that is what we are applying by default. Okay, there you go. Okay, so this is margin, paddings, and border. Now one very general question that can be asked to you, that hey, in interview of course, that hey, calculate the width and height of an element. How would you do that? Box model is the simple representation of an element that consists of margin, border, padding, and content. So this is box model representation of element. Now a very simple question that can be asked in any front-end interview to a beginner or sometimes to an expert as well is to calculate the actual dimension of an element. For example, they can ask you that hey, can you tell me what is the actual width and height of this element? So now you will say that okay, so yeah, I can calculate margin 80 plus 20 plus 40 plus 200 and then plus 40 plus 20 plus 80. So this will be height and this will be width. So the calculation of margin from left to all the way from margin of right and whatever lies in between, if I add all of them, then we are going to get the height and width of an element. This is wrong. This is the box model representation. This is not the actual dimension of an element. So whenever you have to figure out the actual dimension of the element, you simply do this one. So like this. Okay, so here I have written how to calculate dimensions of an element. So whenever you calculate dimensions of an element, for calculating width, you calculate the border that has been provided from left, border that has been provided from right, padding from left, padding from right, and then the actual width of the content. Similarly for height, border from top, border from here should have been bottom, padding from top and padding from bottom, and then the height of the content. And then when you will add all of these, you will get width and height. So let's now do it all together, okay? Because I'm experienced, I can actually tell you the height and width of this element right now. But let's now calculate it using this formula. So let's say that interviewer asked you, and this can be an actual question. This is very important for you to understand, because this is also good for debugging. Sometimes you will often find that an element is not respecting width and height, so you can inspect that and figure out that why the width and height are not being respected. So understanding this is really important for you. So let's say I want to calculate the width of this element. I'll simply come here and I'll say, okay, so it has a border of left of 10 pixel, so I will write that here, so 10 pixel. And then we have border of 10 from right as well, okay? So I can say border of 10 pixel from right as well. And then we have to calculate padding from left and padding from right. So padding is 40 pixel from left and 40 pixel from right as well. Here you can see we have padding of 40 pixel from all sides, so I can say padding of 40 pixel from right plus padding of 40 pixel from left. And then and of course width of the content. So here you can see that our content has a width of 200 pixel and height of 200 pixel, and actually I can prove you that this is width and this is height. So if I double click and if I say 100, you will see the width of our box will be divided by 2 and it will just be till here, okay? So right here, so it will be something like this. Our box will appear only till here, so this is width, okay? So if I say 100, hit enter, did you see our box shifted to 100 pixel? This is height. If I change this to 100, now our box will appear something like this, so somewhere till here, okay? Hit enter, did you see that? So our box is now 100 by 100. Actually the content is now 100 by 100, okay? I'm going to quickly refresh to get everything to its default state. Now since the content's width is 200, I can actually write that here 200. So now if you calculate all of them, so it will be 80 plus 20, 200 plus 200, it will be 300. So 300 pixel of width, I'm going to write it here, width is 300 pixel. Now similarly height will also be 300 pixel, because the same thing we are doing here as well. So height is 10, border of top, border of bottom, padding of top, padding of bottom. So border of top is 20 pixel, okay? So border of top is 20 pixel, so this will change, this will be changed to 20 pixel, because here we have manually mutated the data. So we have said border of top is 20 pixel, and then border of bottom is also 20 pixel. So border of bottom is also 20 pixel, and I think padding is 40 pixel from all sides, okay? So this will be 40 plus 40, 80, 80 plus 20, 100, 120, and this will be 320, right? Okay, so this will be 320. So the height is 320, width is 300. So how can I prove it? There is nothing like 320 or 300 written here. Now if you really want to calculate, well, you already have calculated. Now if you want to see that these outputs are correct, 300 is the width, height is 320, just select the element, and there you see here, focus here. When you hover over this element, can you see it? The width versus height, 300 into 320. So there you go, you see that this is actually how the dimension of an element is calculated. So this can be a very real question coming up in an interview, so always be prepared for this one. So this is how we calculate the width and height of an element. Now we have a lot to understand as well, like we will have to understand what is this border box and what is content box. We are going to understand about this one just in a moment, but first I am going to show you something. If I comment this star out, I'm gonna quickly comment this, and I will say width and height commented. There you go. And I think okay, let's not comment this part here, okay? I'm going to comment this one, margins, and yeah, okay, that's it, done. Now can you figure out something is off Well, what is this space? What is this additional space that has been created right here from top and from bottom? See, we haven't said any margin, everything has been commented out. No margin, no padding, but still somehow we are saying some space left from top and from left, and for both of the divs. What is this? Well, this is the default stylings that browser applies to an element. So in CSS, it is a very what you can say, very common thing that browser applies some additional stylings to an element in CSS. Doesn't matter if you have a div, if you have a h1, if you even create an h1, it will have a default stylings applied to it. Why? Well, nobody knows why, but yeah, this is the case. I can actually prove that to you. So if I hover over this element, can you see that orange part right there? So that is the additional margin that is applied to the paragraph element. Similar will be for this div as well. Actually, you cannot see that right here, but of course with naked eyes you can see that we have the spacings applied to this. Now this is good if you are creating something general, but this will create a real problem if you actually want to have if you actually want to have control over your design pattern. By the way, you can see margin of 8 pixel from top, bottom, left and right. Okay, so this is the default stylings that has been applied by the browser itself. Now I don't want this one. I can of course get rid of this one. I can say 0, and there you go, we got rid of this one. I can say 0, and now our element moved to left. I do not want these margins by default, but the moment I will refresh, these ugly and you can say what undemanded stylings are again being applied. I don't want this. For this we can use the browser reset tool. So we can reset these stylings. We can simply say that, hey div, by default I do not want any margins on you, so I will say margin 0, and similarly we say padding as well, because sometimes we also get paddings. So now well, nothing happens. Why? Margin 0, padding 0. Div does not have a margin of 0. If I refresh it, okay, we still get these margins applied to it, because yeah, we won't say this to div, but we'll have to say to body, not to the div but to the body. Now if you say margin 0, padding 0, there you go. Did you see our div shifted to its original place? So well, but there is a problem. If I create an h1, you will see that h1 will also have a default margin applied. I will say I am an h1. If I save this, you see an h1. If I hover over this, can you see this orange part right above this h1? You see margin of 21.440 something is applied to this div, to this h1 as well. I don't want this margin. Yes, I don't want. I am a designer. I want to it is under my control that I will decide which element needs to have how much margin. Hey browser, I really do not want you to apply any default margins. How can I fix this? Again, I can select the h1, and by default I can say that, hey h1, I do not want any margin and any padding to you. And now you see that our h1 does not have any margin or any padding applied to it. Okay, so if you hover over this, and you can see that our h1 shifted and it is aligned to the box 2, orange box. So this is good, but if you have 1000 of elements, do you think that doing margin padding 0 to all those elements will be benefit for you? No. For this you use universal selector to reset default stylings that has been applied to these elements. So you say asterisk simply means universal selector. So asterisk simply means we are selecting all of the elements on our browser. And now instead of saying body margin 0, padding 0, h1 margin 0, padding 0, we simply say margin 0, padding 0 on every element. Now when you save this, there you go. Now you can see that there is no additional stylings applied to any of our element. Now you have full control over how to design your elements, and yeah, very simple. Now you have full control over spacings that you want to provide. So this is resetting the browser using universal selector. Just in a moment, I'm also going to teach you something about this box sizing border box thing. Okay, Now one more thing that we have to understand about this is understanding this border box, because border box is also one property that we add here. Okay, now what is this border box? In CSS, we have a property called as box sizing. This property allows us to include the padding and border in an element's total width and height. Now you can ask me why. This does not make any sense to me. Let me tell you, without the CSS box sizing property, by default, the width and the height of an element is calculated with this formula. So border of left plus border of right plus padding of left plus padding of right and the width of the content. This means that when you set this width and height to an element, then the element will appear bigger than what it should appear as. So let me show you with an example, then it will become crystal clear. You see, we have this div set width of 200 pixel. Now here I'm going to select the box one with the class, and I'm going to quickly change the width to 300 pixel. Okay, and there you go, the width of this box is 300 pixel. If you hover over it, you can see 300. Okay, so 300 into 200. So here you can see 300 into 200. Now when I add a border to it, I'm going to say border of 10 pixel solid white. If I save this, can you see the box is growing? It grew bigger. So if I increase the border to 20, I see box grow even further. Now if you add a padding to it, this will grow even further. So if you add 30 pixel of padding, now you see that box is growing even further. This does not make any sense. Now if you try to figure out the width of the box, you see it's 400. I don't want that. I have said that, hey box 1, your width should be 300. Now this width is 300. This is my styling. If I have applied the width of 300 pixel to this box, then there must be some reason behind it. I want this box to only have 300 pixel. But if the design guide is telling you that, hey, I also want a border, and you added the border. Now when you add a border, and of course if you have padding as well, if you added border and padding, now you see that initially the width is 300 pixel. This is our demand, but the actual width is 400 pixel. This is absurd. I don't want this to happen. I want this border and padding to be contained within this width. Of course, I want this border, I want this padding, but I want this border and padding to be contained within this width. For that, I can use this box sizing property. So I can say box dash sizing. Now it has two property, actually value. One is content box and one is border box. Content box is by default whatever you are saying it. When you say border box, now this padding and border will respect this width, and it will try to contain the padding and border within this area. So when you save it, now you see our box shifted back to 300. Now the actual width of the box will always remain 300, and this padding and border will also be respected. If you comment this out, then this will add how can I say, yeah, I just said that when you set width and height of an element, then the element often appears bigger than you have set. Why? Because the element's border and padding are added to the elements specified width and height. I don't want this. I want all of these borders and paddings to be respected within this width. So that's why we use this box sizing property of border box. Now by default, each and every element will behave like content box. So content box, okay, like this. This is the default behavior of each element. Now I don't want this. I don't want to go on every element and change the box sizing to border box. Instead, what we do is that, so I'm going to cut this property from here, and I will simply paste it into universal selector. Okay, so I'm simply saying that, hey universal selector, deal with it. I do not want any margin or any padding by default applied to any of the element by this browser. It is under my control that how I want an element to be designed. So same way I can say box sizing should be border box on each and every element. I do not want any element to not respect the width that I have described to it. So when I add a width of 200 pixel to a div, then when I add a border to that div, then that border should always be confined under this 200 pixel. That should not create additional width, because that is not what I want. Okay, so this is a very simple style, actually a CSS reset that you can see many of us performs while developing web app or starting to develop any website. So if you have any little experience working with CSS, you probably would have seen this written there, and now you know why we declared this. So this is resetting the default styles. Okay, so that we can have more control over how we want our design to be displayed on this web page. Okay, so yeah, this is box model. I hope this really made much sense to you. Do make sure to subscribe and like the video. And next up in our list we have display. We are going to understand how does this display property works. So let me check this one, because we understood box model. Now if you have any problem understanding any of this, make sure to join our Telegram group and ask your queries right there, and I will be more than happy to help you all. Okay, so I will see you in the next one. My computer is getting heated up. Okay, so yeah, fans are moving fast. I'm gonna set it real quick. See you in the next one, where we are going to understand about display property. Any element that you see on the web page, be it h1 to h6, a paragraph, an anchor tag, an input button, a generic button, forms, tables, section, header, all of these elements, they are classified into two categories. Either it can be an inline element or it can be a block level element. So let's now talk about this display property that we use to deal with elements which are block level and which are inline element, and how do we actually use display property to manipulate the default behaviors of element being block and inline. So yeah, before I start, again I've created a new folder to keep the content separate. Just a very simple index.html file that is linked to display.css file, where I've just changed the background color of the body from white to this color, so that it will be easy on your eyes if you are watching it in night. Okay, so the first thing is, what is a block level element? Very simple. Block level elements are those elements which takes up the entire width of the viewport. For example, if I create an h1, just a general h1, I'll say I am an h1. If I save this, you see this is an h1, right? Now I'm going to give this h1 background color. I'll say h1 will have a background color of orange. Can you see this, that the orange color, I've given background color of orange to this element, which means that this element is taking up the entire width that is available next to it. If I expand the browser, you see that the element's width also expanded. So a block level element goes from all the way from left to right. Now if you duplicate this h1, and I'm going to say I am also an h1, if you save this, then you'll see that this h1 is appearing on its next line. So see, we have space left from here to here, but still this h1 appeared on a new line. So this is a block level element. On the other hand, an inline element is those elements which takes up width as per its content. For example, an anchor tag is an inline element, image is an inline element, span is an inline element. So if you I'm just going to use a simple anchor tag. I'll not navigate it to anywhere. I'll say click me if I save this, and let me quickly give these anchor tags a background color as well. Okay, anchor tag will have a background color of yeah, why not green? Okay, doesn't look appealing. Let's go with white so that it will be visible. Okay, there you go. You see our anchor tag. Right now if I duplicate anchor tag, I will say buy now. Okay, buy now. If I save this, you see both of these anchor tags are sitting next to each other. So inline element shares a space, block level element, they do not share the space. Okay, So this is difference between a block level element and an inline element. Let's see the simplified version of it. Okay, so I'm going to delete this box. This is the same example that we have created in the previous video where we were understanding about box model. Okay, so this is a very generic let's say div. So div is a block level element. When you create a div and if you put content inside the div, then that div will take up the entire width of the viewport. Yeah, and if you have another div, then it is going to sit next to it. Just opposite of it, an inline element, for example an image, they are going to share the space. So assume that this is an image, and if you have one more image, then it is going to share the remaining space. So this is the default behavior of inline element. A block level element, they take up the entire width. Even though if space is available, they are going to block the space. Okay, so that's why they are called as block level element, and inline element, they share space. Now how can I tell you that how many elements are inline and how many elements are block level element? So you can make a search and you can read about that, but here I have written this very simple text. I do not want to make it fancy like this one, or I could have, but anyway. So h1 to h6 is a block level element, div is a block level element, hr is a block level element, li list item, ordered list, unordered list, paragraph is a block level element, form, section, main, footer, and for more you can search on the internet that list of block level elements. I'm more than sure that you are going to get the lists, but these are some of the most elements that we use. Okay, and then inline elements are anchor tag, input button, a simple button, line break, image is an inline element, italicized or italics, and span. These are inline elements. Okay, so let's now talk about how do we actually deal with this block and inline, and why do we even have these two. So for example, you see that this is taking up the entire space, right? Now what will happen if I want both of these h1s to sit on next to each other? I do not want this h1 to take up the entire width. I can actually change their behavior from being a block level element to being an inline element. I just have to manipulate the display property. So here I'm just going to say, hey h1, now display. By default it is a block level element. Okay, so now I can say I'm changing your display property from being a block to inline, and the moment I will save it, this h1, actually these two h1s, they will become an inline element. So they will start behaving like anchor tags and they will start sharing space. So if you save it, can you see both of the h1s are now sharing space? And of course, since every of these elements that are available on our web page, all of them are an inline element, all of them are appearing on the same page. Similarly, the way I changed this block to inline, I can change this inline to block. So I can say display, I can use this display property to, so I can say block. Yeah, now if I save this, now you'll see that these anchor tags will appear on different lines. Whew, did you see that? Now these anchor tags are taking up the entire width of the viewport. So even though space is available, they are not going to share the space because now we manually changed that anchor tag. Now you are a block level element. Now there is a problem. Let me comment this one as well. So what will happen if I try to apply this h1 a width? For example, I'm just going to say, hey h1, I want the width of yours to be 600 pixel. I'm manually setting the width of this h1 to 600 pixel. I will be able to do that. I can also adjust the height. I can say your height to be 600 pixel as well. Now it will be a perfect square. Oof, it's too much. So why not decrease the width height to 200 so that it will be visible? You see that I am able to change the width and height of a block level element, but an inline element does not respect this width and height. See, if I come here and if I do the same thing here, width and height, if I do this, nothing happens. An inline element has this default rule. I'm going to write it: inline element do not respect width and height. However, you can apply margin and padding to it. I can apply a padding to it. I can say padding of 30 pixel from all sides. If I say this, you see that the button actually anchor tag has a padding of 30 pixel from inside. I can also apply a margin. I can say you should have a margin of let's say 40 pixel, but there is a catch. surely you can apply padding and it will be used as paddings are used. Padding provides margin from inside of the content. But when you use margin to an inline element, margin will be distributed from left and right, but margin will not be applied from top and bottom. If I save this, did you see that? It surely shifted from left to right. The margin is here. Let me inspect it. If I click this part, you see that it has a margin of 40 pixel from this side as well as this side. But even though this margin of 40 pixel is showing for the top and bottom as well, it is nowhere to be used. So if I even delete it, there will be no impact. But if I delete this one, you will see our box will shift to left. Actually, it did not shifted. Now it's shifted. Okay. So you see, margin, when you use margin on an inline element, then only margin are applied from left and right, but not from the top. I can prove it. Actually, I can give you one more neat example. Let me comment all of this here. Okay. I'll create a very simple why not h1 and I will say lorem of 50 words. Okay, and there you go, we have this h1, and inside this h1 I'm going to create an anchor tag. I'll say an anchor tag. I will not lead it to anywhere. I'll say by now. Save this. I have this anchor tag. Now you can see that again we have this padding applied, margin is also applied, but if I increase this padding to 300, oh, it's too much. Let's go with 100 only. Okay, and actually both of them are, since I have limited the width to be 600, here I will increase the width, or let's increase it to, I'll say 900. Okay, now it is still creating problem for us. Let me comment this one. Okay, now you can see that it surely has this padding, but can you spot something? See, first of all, let me show you. h1 is a block level element. I just have described the height. I can comment this one as well. Okay, let's do it. So background color of orange, just background color of orange. Okay, width and height they do not respect, because they are not respected because this is an inline element. Okay, so there is no point of being it here. Even though I'm going to keep it, it is not going to come into play. Okay, but padding of 100 pixel is surely applied, and margin of 40 pixel it's surely applied. But even though if I say margin dash top of 40 pixel, there will be no impact at all. Why? Because margin is not applied from top and bottom. They are only respected from left and right. Okay, so even though if you use this margin shorten property, which means margin of top, bottom, left, right of 40 pixel, you see that margin of left is applied and right is applied. Let me show you here. Can you see this part here? This is the margin. This is the margin that has been applied to this element, this anchor tag. So let me expand this one, this anchor tag. So this part here, can you spot the orange part? So right, focus right here and here. So this is the margin, but we have also applied margin from top, but there is no margin from top. So always remember that inline elements, they do respect margins and paddings, but with some certain rules. The rule is written here. I'm going to also write this rule that margin is only applied from left and right, not from top and bottom. Now I do not want this. Actually, I want this anchor tag to also respect the width and height that I have described to it. Even though if it is an inline element, I want it to have a width and height, because again, I can have designs where I have to set particular width and height to an inline element, but we know that we cannot do that. So how can we actually fix this? Well, here I'm going to bring you to the third value of the property, that is called as inline block. So instead of calling it block like this, you can call it inline dash block. So now this inline element will also behave like an inline element, but it will have all the functionality that a block level element can have. So you can apply width and height to a block level element. So you will be able to apply width and height to this inline element as well, because now it is not inline, neither it is a block, but it is an inline block element. Okay, so if you save this, now you can see that this inline element has all of these margins from 40 pixel, margins of 40 pixel from top, and paddings of 100 pixel applied to it. A more simplified example of this will be something like this. Let me comment this out. I will create 3 generic divs here. Div, I'll say 1, 2, 3. I will give these divs, come on over here. Okay, div width of 200 px, height of 200 px, a background color of orange, save it, and wow, let me give it a border as well. I'll say border from all side. I'll give it 5 px, solid black. Save this. There you see, we have 3 generic div. Now divs are block level element, right? Now I can simply say display to be inline, so that I can inline all of them. But whoa, what happened? When I said inline, you see all of them are now sharing the space that is available on this viewport. But since inline elements cannot have this width and height, that's why they are only taking up space as much as their content. So if I increase the content, I can say 2,000 million, something like this. Now you see that our element size did grow up. But what if I really want to have this div respecting this width and height? I can make it inline block. I can simply say inline block. There you go. And now, even though div is a block level element, now you can make it an inline element, and you can also make it respect width and height. So this is display property. Now I also want to show you one more thing. This is very simple. I hope you understood the difference between inline element and block level element. Now we have one more property, that is display none. For example, if you want to hide something, you can simply say display none, and when you will save it, there you go, it is just magically disappeared from the web page. Of course, somewhere over here you can see that content is still there, okay, but it is just magically disappeared only from this view page, this viewport, okay. So display none will simply hide this entire element. So let's now summarize whatever we have understood here. So inline no margin, actually no width, okay, no width, no height. Similarly, we have block respects width and height. If you want to use inline dash block, this simply means that an inline element that also respects width and height. And after this, if you have this none simply hides the element from the web page. It is there in markup though, okay. So again, this is a simple note for you with love from, yeah, why not, code block dev. Do subscribe, okay. So one more reason to ask for subscription. So yeah, this is block and inline, okay. So next step, we have to understand about CSS units. This is also very important for you to understand. So I'm going to check mark this one. There you go, we understood one more concept. Now we are done, okay. So yeah, next step, we are going to understand about CSS units. So yeah, I'm going to create one more folder about CSS units. So see you there. The next concept that we are going to learn about is CSS units. It is not one of the most glamorous topics in CSS world, but it is one of the most important topics to understand while learning CSS. And I'm saying this with my experience. So far, we have only used pixels to set values. But what if I tell you using pixels nowadays to provide values to elements are bad choice? We have more than pixels. When looking for ways to specifying lengths in CSS, we are quite spoiled for choices. All units for specifying lengths in CSS fall under 2 categories: absolute units and relative units. Absolute units, as the name suggests, are absolute. They are fixed and they don't react relative to anything. This means no matter what happens, they will be the same size always. Absolute lengths include centimeter, millimeter, inches, pixels, points, and picas. And honestly, I don't even remember when was the last time I used centimeter, millimeter, inches, points, and picas to provide values to elements. I've always used pixels, and 90% chances I can confirmly say that if you have little experience working with CSS, you also probably wouldn't have used any units other than pixel. So yeah, so just care about pixels, and remaining these units, you can just ignore them. I don't think that anybody uses these units to provide lengths to elements. So yeah, on the other hand, we have relative units. Relative units specify a length relative to another unit. For example, they respond based on other specified units or elements. Most used relative units are percentage, view height, which sets the height of the viewport, view width, which sets the width of the viewport, and then M and rem. So let's talk about all of these one by one. So the first one is percentage. We have already talked about pixels. So pixels are fixed units. 100 pixels will always remain 100 pixels even if you increase the width of its parent. Now what do I mean by this? Just in a moment, I'm going to explain you the drawbacks of using pixels while we are going to understand percentage being a relative unit. So yeah, this time I have a very simple markup. I have a very simple div that has a class of parent that contains one paragraph, and one more div that has a class of child that contains one more paragraph that says I am a child. So again, a very simple folder for CSS units. As for the stylings, I don't have much stylings, just the background color has been changed from white to this teal, somewhat teal color, whatever. Now let's quickly give these parents and childs few stylings so that yeah, we can visualize the difference. So you can say BGC. So BGC is the shortcut for using background property. Previously I used to write background color manually, but I recently figured out that I can use this sort command for creating this background property. Hit enter or tab to auto complete it, and then I'm going to give this parent a background color of orange, and there you go. And the same will be for this child as well, but of course the value will be different. So yeah, purple. Okay, good. Now I will quickly give this parent a width of let's say 600 pixel by default. Since divs are block level element, it is taking up the entire width. Okay, so if I increase, you see it is going all the way from left to right. Okay, it is going across. Now if I say 600 pixel, since pixels are absolute unit, they are always going to remain 600 pixel. So if I increase or decrease the width of the browser, it does not impact. But yeah, surely if I decrease more than what it has, you see we are going to have this what do you call it, whatever you call it. But now if I decrease it even further, then the width will also decrease. Let's see, let's check it. If I say no, the div again has a value of 600 pixels, so doesn't matter if you increase or decrease, it is always going to remain 600 pixel because these are absolute units. Similarly, I'm going to provide this height as well. It's a height of yeah, 300 pixel. Let's see. Okay, so height of 300 pixel, but looks like there is a problem, spelling mistake. 300 pixel. Okay, and same I will do for child as well. So I will give it a width of let's say 200 pixel. Okay, 200 pixel, and height of 100 pixel. Great. And now I'll quickly comment paragraphs. Okay, because now we can clearly visualize what is a parent and what is a child. So the orange part is the parent and the purple part is the child. So parent has a width of 600 pixel, height of 300 pixel. Now when I will comment the child's width and height, if I save this, it is gone. Okay, but if I give it a height of 100 pixel, for sure you see that width is automatically adjusted. I have commented the width, but the width is going all the way from left to right. Why? Because right now it is inheriting the property of its parent. Now what if I say that, hey child, your width is always going to remain 200 pixel. Now if I increased, focus, please focus, see the width is 600 pixel, right? If I increase the width to be, let's say yeah, why not 1200 pixel, you will see that this width will always remain 200 pixel. You see that the parent's width increased to 1200 pixel, but this width is still 200 pixel. Why? Because we have used pixels, and pixels are absolute units. They do not change based on their parents. If you have declared something using pixels, that is always going to remain 200 pixel. If you say 800 pixel, it is always going to remain 800 pixel. Even if you decrease the width, if you say that, hey, the parent has a width of 600 pixel but child has a width of 800 pixel, this will overflow. You see that the child's width is overflowing the parent's width, but this is absolute. Once you say 600 pixel, it is always going to remain 600 pixel, okay, no matter what. So here comes percentage. So percentage are relative unit. Now this time I'm just going to say that child's width is going to be 50%. So this 50% means 50% of the parent. So if parent has a 600 pixel of value, then 50% means that child will have a width of 300 pixel. If I save this, now you see that parent is 600 pixel wide, and the child is 300 pixel wide, okay. So this is a relative unit. If you increase this to, let's say, 10, now you see that it is covering 10%. If you say 20, the width is 20% of this parent. If you increase the parent, let's say, why not 20%? If you increase the width of parent to, let's say, 1200 pixel, now the width of child will also increase to 120 pixel. So no, it's 240 pixel actually, okay. So little bit fumble while calculating, but anyway, so this is 1200 width for this parent. But when we used percentage value, then this percentage value is equivalent to what the original value for parent is. So if the parent has width of 200 pixel, 1200 pixel, and when we say child has a width of 20%, then this 20% is going to be calculated with this 1200 pixel. And same can be done for height as well. So if height is 300 pixel, and if you say now your height is going to be 10%, then this 10% will be evaluated with this value, so it will be around 30 pixel. So if you calculate, you say 240 is the width and 30 is the height. If you say 100%, then it is going to take all the way from top to bottom. So this is a relative unit. Percentage is a relative unit, okay. Now what if I say that width is going to be 100%, now there will be a magic. When you say width to be 100%, then this 100% simply means that whatever is the viewport, so whatever is the viewport having, that is 100% for this parent. So when you say width to be 100%, height to be pixel, of course I haven't changed height as well, but if you say that, hey parent, your width is 100%, then this 100% will be 100% of the available viewport, okay. And now if you say width to be 20% of child, it is going to be 20%. But if you say 100%, then it is also going to be 100% of the viewport based on the width of parent, okay. So this is percentage. I hope the percentage value is really clear. Next up we have M, and I think I have written a comment here as well. So percentage is relative to its parent. An M unit determines how large something is relative to its parent's container's font size. For instance, by default, most of the HTML tags start with a font size of 16 pixel. Using an M unit, we can say that 1M is equals to parent div's default of 16 pixel. So here I have a very simple div with a class of header that contains one h1 and one paragraph. Now I have commented all of the previous code. Now by default, these paragraphs and h1 has a default font size of 16 pixel. Of course, you can say that, okay, so if both of them have a default font size of 16 pixel, then why do both of them appears different? See, h1 has its own default styling, okay, but by default, this paragraph, this h1, all of them has a default styling of 16 pixel applied to it. Now how to actually confirm this? So if you say paragraphs font size to be 1M, then this 1M will be equivalent to 16 pixel. So if you select the paragraph, if you come to computed section, you see it says font size is 16 pixel. If you do the same thing right here for the h1 as well, we have one h1. If you save this, did you see that? Now the h1 also has a font size of 16 pixel. So always remember, by default, most of the text that you see on the web page, by default it has a font size of 16 pixel applied to it. But if it is an h1, h2, then the default stylings, default behaviors of h1 or h2 will be shown to you. But by default, all of them starts with 16 pixel. So always remember that M is relative to whatever font that you have set to parent. For example, you know that 1M is equivalent to 16 pixel, but if you change the font size of this header, if you say that the header's font size should be, let's say by default 20 pixel, okay, so this 20 pixel, this 1M actually will be equivalent to the 20 pixel. Now this 1M will not be equivalent to 16 pixel because you have changed the parent's default font size to be 20 pixel, and I just said that M unit determines how large something is relative to its parent's container's font size. So right here, see this parent's containers font size. So h1's and paragraph's parent is this header. When you say that, hey header, your font size is 20 pixel, and then you say paragraph font size is 1em, then this 1em is going to be this 20 pixel. Now if you come to this computed section, now you see it says font size to be 20 pixel. If you increase the font size right here, let's say 60 pixel, it's huge, okay? Now 1em will be 60 pixel, and now the paragraph will be what? Paragraph will grow as per this font size. Wow, it's huge, okay? So now the paragraph has a font size of 16 pixel. Now why did h1 also grow? We didn't set any stylings to h1, but h1 also grow. The reason why h1 also grow is that stylings are inherited. So when you say h1, when you actually declare h1 h2 paragraphs inside a container, and if you set that container font size of 60 pixel, then those stylings will be inherited for that as well, okay? So this is inheritance. Now I really do not want this big text, so I will go back to 20. There you go, okay? So m units are used if you want your text to always be relative to a parent tag. If you have multiple elements inside of a div or somewhere smaller than others, and yet you want to maintain the ratio of their font sizes, then it makes sense to use a set pixel size on parent and then use rem unit for sizing the children. So if I zoom here, you'll notice that we are maintaining the ratio between the texts. However, it is very rare that I will use m unit because parent div can have different sizes and it will throw off the consistency within the texts. For example, this is one section header, and I have said that, hey, the header's font size is going to be 20 pixel and the paragraph will be relative to this font size. Now what if I have another section and the sections are going to be designed differently, and this can be very much a possibility. So I have a section testimonial, it also has one h1 and paragraph. By default these stylings are applied. Now if I change this section testimonial to have a default font size of 30 pixel, now you'll notice that the text's ratio is being broken. So by default we have said, hey header, your font size is 20 pixel, paragraph should have 1em. So this 1em for this header, so the paragraph will have 1em. So the paragraph that is inside this header will have 1em to be 20 pixel, equivalent to 20 pixel. But the paragraph that is inside this section dash testimonial, this paragraph will have a font size of 30 pixel. So this is drawback of using m. This is the drawback of using m. It will break the consistency within the text if you are not sure that how your sections are going to be styled. As a result, in my opinion, it is better to use what is called as a rem unit. So rem is always going to be equivalent to the HTML's font size. So for example, if you want to remain consistent within your texts, just comment all of this, okay, and then declare the HTML to have a font size of let's say by default I want 16 pixel, okay? I can change it 16 pixel. Now by default you see that since we have commented all of this, it got a font size of default 16 pixel. Now when I say paragraph will have a font dash size of 1 rem, now this 1 rem will be equivalent to the HTML's font size. Now if I save this, now nothing happens, but when I say 2 rem, all of the paragraphs font size will be equivalent to 32 pixel. If I save this, did you see that the paragraphs font increased to 32 pixel? I can show you, I can prove that. So 2 rem is 32 pixel. If I quickly show you 1 rem, it will be equivalent to 16 pixel. 1 rem is equivalent to 16 pixel. If you increase the font size right here, let's say that 30 pixel, by default the HTML will have a font size of 30 pixel, then each element will be computed with this font size. If I save this, there you go, did you see, it's huge, okay? So it is a very common thing to do that we set the HTML to have a common font size of 10 pixel, and after that we can say if 1 rem is 10 pixel, then if I want the paragraph to have a 16 pixel, I can simply say 1.6 rem, and there will be consistency, it will not break anything, okay? So you see that both of the paragraph the headers paragraph, the section testimonials paragraph, both of them are having same 16 pixel. So let me show you. If I see, this paragraph is also having 16 pixel, 1.6 RAM, okay, and this paragraph that is inside this section testimonial, this also has a font size of 16 pixel, 1.6 RAM. If I zoom out, doesn't matter, the ratio is maintained. And it is very common to set HTML to set the HTML font size of 10 pixel, and then from here you can actually do that. You can actually manipulate the styling. So for example, if you want the H1 to have a default styles, now let's say that you want the H1 to have 32 pixel. Instead of saying 32 pixel, of course it will be applied. You can simply say 3.2 RAM. Okay, so now the consistency will be maintained. There will be no difference, but when you zoom, you see that the consistency is maintained. But if you say 32 pixel, then this is an absolute value. When you say 32 pixel, this is absolute value, of course. Now if any of this is at all confusing you, then you need not worry, because when we are going to develop our big portfolio website, then we are going to do some setups. There you are going to understand about RAM and M a little bit more in depth. There you will actually realize the power of using RAM instead of using something absolute as pixel. Okay, and so by using RAM, how do we actually develop website that are really maintainable? Okay, so yeah, no need to worry if things are not making much sense to you. Now the next step is viewport width and viewport height. So this is almost similar to percentage, but the only difference is that viewport units are calculated as a percentage of the browser's current viewport size, whereas percentage units are calculated as a percentage of the parent's element. So for example, here I have wrapped this header inside this container. So if I say that hey, let's say dot container has a width, let's say width of 600 pixel, then if you say that header will have a width of 50%, then that is going to, of course, we'll have to apply some background color. I'll say background color to be red so that it will be visible. You see that our header has a 50% width of this container. If I increase the width of the container to 900, then width of header is also going to increase. Okay, there you go. But when you say 50 viewport width, then this viewport width is going to be calculated as per the width that we have right here. So viewport, if you expand this, then it will be expanded. If you shrink this, then it will shrunk. So this is viewport width. Similar to this is viewport height. So of course we'll have to change the property name, viewport height, VH. Okay, so again I'm saying it again, the only difference is that viewport units, they are calculated based as the percentage of the browser's current viewport size, whereas the percentage unit itself are calculated as a percentage of the parent's elements. Okay, so this is viewport width and viewport height. So we have understand almost everything that is important for us to understand about CSS units. So next up we have in the list CSS transitions and transforms, but no, we are going to start from Flexbox and Grid, because I decided, I thought actually when we are going to anyway develop a practice project to understand most of the steps that we are learning right now, then it does not make sense to learn about CSS transitions and transform property in isolation. So there I am going to teach you about how do we actually create a very simple animation in CSS. Okay, so next up Flexbox, and after that Grid, and after that a practice project, and after that our big portfolio project. So see you there. Yeah, do make sure to subscribe if you like these videos. Understanding how the positioning of an element works. Positioning is all about where an element is going to be positioned on the web page, be it by default or as per our design. I have seen many beginners struggling to understand positioning, and this is completely normal because they are not taught the correct way. I have seen many tutorials on YouTube related to the positioning, where the instructor simply applies the different values of position property and then explains the result. They are not wrong though, but I guess instead of directly learning positioning by writing a few lines of code, We must first understand what is the logic behind positioning, how it works, and the core concepts that revolve around it. So, why positioning and what problem does it solve? Well, it's very simple to understand. Let's say that we have to fix the position of some elements on the web page. For example, a nav bar. We want to fix it on the top of the web page, and when the web page scrolls down, I want that nav bar to be fixed. It must not move with the web page. It should stay at the top always for easy navigation. We can use the positioning for that. Now I will show you this example practically in a moment, but first let's quickly clarify a few more points. Next I say I have a few divs with width and height of 100 pixel by 100 pixel. Now I want to position the first div, so the orange div, in the right side bottom of the web page. We can do that. Now the div is going all the way down and treating HTML as its parent and fixing it with respect to the HTML. But I want this div to stay inside the body and not the HTML. You can ask me, but why do you want to do that? The reason is pretty simple. It is based on our design and we want our box to be inside the body. To achieve all of this, we need to understand the concept of positioning. One more example can be having a small box. Consider it an element. It could be anything, an image, anchor tag, heading, etc. inside a big box, and then controlling the movement of that small box inside that big box only. It must not overflow the big box, and then when we scroll the web page, then the small box should move along with the big box. Now when I say control the movement of elements, then it means that now by using top, bottom, left and right properties, we can control the movement of the element. I hope this simple animation is clear to you. So let's now quickly discuss the terminology of the positioning. We use the position property to control the positioning of the element. This property has 5 values. Static, which simply means the default appearance of every element on the web page. Relative elements moves relative to its original positioning. Absolute simply gets rid of the DOM and then we can control the movement like it is flying in the air. And then we have sticky that moves itself based on the user's scroll position. Fixed simply fixed itself at a certain location. And then G-index simply means stacking of element. So in the last we have G-index, which simply means if you have the element appearing in the same place, then which one should be visible, means which one should be above, so we can control that using the G-index. Let's say we have orange div appearing static and on the same place we have blue div having G-index of 1. So the blue div will appear over the orange. Now to make orange appear over blue, we will have to increase the value of orange div's G-index to even higher than the blue. And then if you want the blue to win again, then increase its G-index to even higher than the current G-index of the orange div. So the element having higher G-index will always appear on the top. Now all of this will become crystal clear with the code. So let's start the real fun. Okay, then let's now talk about positioning. So this time on index.html file, I have 3 divs. All of these 3 divs has div class and then box 1, box 2 and box 3 individual classes. As for the stylings, let me show you what do I have. Also I have a nav bar here which we are going to use in a moment, but for now I have commented it. Okay, so yeah, create these 3 divs on your own. And for the stylings, we don't have much. Again, I have made the browser reset, and then on HTML itself I have provided the border of 20 pixel, and then body has background color of this black, somewhat black, and then body also has a border of 20 pixel, and I have decreased the opacity so that it will be a little easier on my eyes. Okay, and then the div, so all of these divs, so all of these 3 divs has similar styles applied on it. So width of 150 pixel, height is same, then I have also included a border of 5 pixel, and then I have given all of these 3 divs a margin of 5 pixel. Font size I have increased from default to 30 pixels so that this box 1, box 2, box 3 will be clearly visible. And then I've used flex so that I can put the text in center of the box. So justify content center, align item center. Okay, again we are going to understand about flex box in a moment, not in a moment, but after this video. Okay, but yeah, if you want to do it, you can do it. And then these box 1, box 2 and box 3 all of have individual stylings applied. So that is background color of blue violet for box 1, orange for box 2 and purple for box 3. So if you do this setup, you will end up having something like this. Okay, now this is not yet. Similar to this, I also have this presentation. So this is the keynote presentation that I have developed, and you don't have to develop. The reason why I developed is to show you what goes behind the scenes when we apply an element a position of certain value. For example, if I apply position of absolute to any element, what happens to that element, I'm going to show you using this presentation. So I'll be able to move this manually, and you will be able to understand how the element actually behaves when a position of certain property is a position of certain value. Okay, position of certain value is applied to them. Let's now understand positioning in depth. So positioning has these 5 major values, starting all the way from static. So static is the default appearance of any element on the web page. So whatever element that you are seeing right now, all of them are positioned static according to the rules of how the web browser parses an element. For example, I have this navbar on this index.html file. If I quickly uncomment this, if I save this, you will see that our navbar is showing up here. However, this is not styled, but again, we are not going to care about stylings and detailings. You see that this is positioned static. So browser has some rules to parse this. Those rules can be anything, like where this navbar is. Well, this navbar is before the box 1. So it says, okay, so before the box 1 this navbar is, so I'm going to place this navbar before the box 1. What is the behavior of anchor tag? Well, this is inline, so browser parsed this anchor tag in an inline way. Okay, so this is the default behavior of any element that is appearing on the web page, and it is considered static. For example, if you create a paragraph after the ending div, I can say lorem of 5 words. If I save this, however, you cannot see the text because the background is black, as well as the color of paragraph is also black. But now when I highlighted this, you see that our paragraph is created after box 3. So this is the default appearance of any element. Okay, so when you apply position of static, let me comment this navbar as well. We are going to use this little bit later. Okay, so if you apply any element a position of static, then nothing will change. If you say position of a static, you will see no changes. Okay, nothing changed, everything is as same as it was earlier. So we understood position static. Static is the default appearance of the element. Now what is relative? Well, before talking about relative, I want to show you something. Let's say that I want to have this box a margin of 100 pixel from top. How can I achieve that? Well, I can say margin dash top, right? We can. So I can say 100 pixel. If I save this, we have a margin of 100 pixel from top. I can show you, right click, inspect, and then I can select this and I can go to computed, and now you can see that our box 1 has a margin of 100 pixel. Now can you notice something is off here? Well, that something is when we said our box 1 is going to have a margin of 100 pixel from top, it also moved box 2 and box 3 down. Now I do not want this. When I say that I want this box 1 to have a certain number of margin, that does not mean that I want this box 1 to push box 2 and box 3 down. No, this is not correct. Our design may not suggest us to do so. But again, this is the default behavior of margin. When you apply margin on any element, then the further element is going to be pushed. Okay, now how can I fix this? Let's say that I want this box to surely have a so-called margin of 100 pixel from top, but I do not want box 2 and box 3 to move. I want box 2 and box 3 to always stay at its original position. Well, for that you can use this position property. relative, absolute, sticky, and fixed, and one of them is relative. So when you say position of relative, then relative simply means that now you can control the movement of this box on which you have applied the position of relative. You can control the movement of this box without disturbing another elements, and then this element is going to be moved relative to its original position. So now you can control the movement of this box one. So I can say now you don't have to use margin top. Okay, so whenever you are using position property, you no longer qualified to use this margin top, margin left, margin right, margin bottom, but now you will have to use top, left, right, and bottom property to control the movement. So you can say top of again 100 pixel, right? So I can say 100 pixel. Now you will see that our box surely will have a 100 pixel so-called margin from top, but box 2 and box 3 is not disturbed. Isn't this amazing? It is, right? Now one thing I want to clarify here is that this top of 100 pixel does not mean margin top of 100 pixel. Margin is different, this top of 100 pixel is different. So I have seen many beginners making this mistake. They actually confuses themselves by saying that this top of 100 pixel is also similar to this margin top of 100 pixel. No, it isn't. Margin top will be computed in the box model, but this top of 100 pixel will not be computed in the box model. You can see the representation here. If you expand your body and then if you check out the box one, if you click this box one, you'll see the computed part here. So you see this is 150 by 150, that is width and height. We have no padding, we have a border of 5 pixel and then margin of 5 pixel. So this is the margin on div. So this is the margin on div, and then this is the margin and then border. Okay, but now can you see we do not have any margin of 100 pixel from top. But whoa, what is this? Well, this is position 100, but this is position of 100 pixel applied on this box. So this is not computed in the final box model. So you know that box model is the representation of how an element is created. Okay, and positioning is not added into the overall creation of an element, because position is simply the value that you have applied to that element so that it can position itself at a certain location. What is that location? That location is 100 pixel away from top. So relative simply means relative to your original position, which is this one. Move yourself using top, left, and bottom property. So now you can also use left. You can say left of I can say 200 pixel, and now relative to its original position, the box one started moving. So this is its relative position, original. Now I can control the movement. So when you say 100 pixel, it moved 100 pixel from top. When you say left of 200 pixel, it went 200 pixel from the top. You can again say, let's say bottom of 100 pixel, it will move up. Okay, so I can say that. For that we'll have to comment top, because top does not make sense. If you save this, our box is somewhere here. So I can say, what if I say bottom of, let's say 200 pixel, let's see what happens. Yeah, it went above. Okay, so when you say, let me decrease this, so you can actually see that it is moving upwards. Did you see? Box one went right up. Okay, so but when you say top, left, bottom, right, it simply means that the element will be pushed away from that side. So left of 200 simply means 200 pixel away from left side, 200 pixel away from right side. Okay, I can comment that, and I can actually provide a negative value as well. So I can say, let's say first of all save to make it relative. Now let's say that I want box one to go right here, negative. I can give it a negative value. So I can say, let's say left of minus 100 pixel, and it will be somewhere here. Okay, so it is going right here. So it is away, a pixel away from left, which means it is going inside. Okay, so this is minus 100 pixels. Similarly, you can say top, left, bottom, right of 0 as well. So what if I say top 0, and this is important for me to show. If I show you 0, then it is at its original position, because this is its relative position, that is top 0. Similarly, left 0, right 0, bottom 0 will also be same. Okay, so this is relative to your original position without disturbing other elements. Start moving. And then after this we have absolute. So I can comment this out, and now I can say position of absolute. Now absolute is pretty interesting. Absolute simply I can say deletes box 1 or the element on which you have provided the value of absolute from the document flow. So if I save this, you see box 1 is still there, but box 2 is gone. Now box 2 is not gone. What is happening? Let me show you. When you say box 1 to absolute, it means it simply is flying. It is no longer the active member of the document flow. Now it created this space. It is no longer the active member of document flow, which means this space is vacant. So when this space is vacant, then this box 2 is going to take this space, and then box 3 is going to take box 2's space, and then since this box is positioned here, then that's why you are seeing this output. So box 1 is here, box 2 is behind this box 1. Box 2 is not gone. I can show you that. If I now apply, again I can control the movement of this box using left, top, right and bottom. So if I say 200 pixel, you will be able to see box 2. Did you see that? So box 2 was underneath box 1, and now you understand why. Because this box 1 is now flying, which created this space which is then fulfilled by box 2, and then box 2's space was empty, so box 3 took box 2's space. And now you can control the movement of box 1, box 1 actually again using top, left, bottom, right. So this time if you say, let's say top of 0, it means 0 pixel away from top. So if you save this, can you see this? Box 1 is aligning itself with the HTML, with the parent, and of course we have 5 pixel margin, that's why you are saying little distance there. If I comment this out, now you see that box 1 is aligning itself to the HTML. So it simply means that when you provide a value of absolute to any element, then that element will treat HTML as its parent, and then it will move according to that parent. So if you say, let's say if you say left of 0, then it will align itself right here, right in the left. So it is coming somewhere here. So top of 0, left of 0. So in English it simply means that, hey box 1, you are positioned absolute, which means no control on yourself. Align yourself 0 pixel away from top, 0 pixel away from left. So position absolute will ask, okay, so which is my parent? So by default, if you apply position absolute to any element, always remember, make sure to write down this in your notebook, okay? So when you apply position absolute to any element, it simply starts treating HTML as its parent and align itself according to it, okay? So this blue part is the HTML. So when you say top of 0, which means 0 pixel away from HTML, left of 0, which means 0 pixel away from the HTML. So that's why it is aligning itself right here. Similarly, if you can say bottom 0, right 0, it means it will be somewhere here. So when you say bottom 0, it will be right here. So this is treating HTML, which is the viewport, as the parent, okay? And then if you say right of 0, there you go, it will be somewhere over here, okay? So HTML and its current viewport. So don't get confused. If I increase the height on this body, if I give this body a height of 2000 pixel so that I can make it a scroll, can you see this? The box 1 is sticking itself right there, which means that it is treating the current available viewport. So if I decrease this down, little down, let me decrease this little down, you will see our box 1 is also decreasing. So it is treating the current HTML, which is the viewport. So current viewport, and then it is sticking itself relative to it, okay? And now when you move up, it is moving upwards as well. Now you can see that this box 1 is treating HTML as its parent and then moving relative to it. Now what if I want this box 1 to treat its original parent as its parent and then move inside that container? Well, for that you will have to manually tell this box 1 who is its parent, which is body, okay? So let me quickly get rid of this height, additional height that I created. Now I want this box 1 to move within this body, not within this HTML, because body is its original container. So let me show you. You see that this box 1 is within this body parent, not this HTML. Of course HTML is the parent, but this is not the direct parent. This is the grandparent, which also contains this head and then this body. But this box 1's original parent is body, and I want this box 1 to move within this body, so this red box, not this purple box. Well, for that we will have to tell that, hey box 1, your parent is body. Now how can I do that? Well, for that you will have to apply this body a position of other than a static to it. So you can apply a relative, absolute, sticky, fixed, but not a static. Static simply means the default behavior. So right now saying position static is simply as doing nothing. Okay, so that's why you cannot apply position of static to it. Now what do you think will be the correct position property applied to the body, so that without disturbing the normal document flow we will be able to move this box 1 within this red container? You can say position of relative. Why relative? Because by default relative does not do anything. When you say relative, it means relative to your original position, which means if you say body position relative, then nothing will happen. It simply means relative, which is this one, but a position is applied to relative, a position is applied to this body. So now this box 1 will actually find out the rules and regulations and will be able to figure out that, okay, so now body has a position of other than static applied to it, so it means that I'm going to treat this body as my parent. If I save this, now you see that box 1 is treating body as its parent. Now you can control the movement of the element, but now it will be contained within this container. So if you say, let's say if I say top of 0, and you see now the box is treating HTML as its parent. If you say let's say left of 0, left and right does not go one on one, so yeah, it works, but left and right together does not make sense. Okay, so again I can say bottom. Now you see that our box is contained within this container. So this is absolute positioning. Always remember the rule that if you are using absolute positioning, then you will have to mention that, hey element, your original parent is not HTML, but your original parent is a certain container. In our case it is body, but in your case it can be anything, and we are going to see the use cases of this when we will develop John Wick portfolio website. Okay, so practice whatever I have taught you, do some manipulations with the values on your own, and see if you are able to understand how the positioning works, and give it some time and it will all make sense. Next up we have to talk about sticky. So sticky is pretty simple to understand. An element with position sticky is positioned based on the user's scroll position. For example, I want to draw your attention on this portfolio website that we are going to develop. Now you can see that we have a nav bar at the very top. When I scroll, can you see that nav bar is fixed? Okay, so sticky element toggles between relative and fixed, and depending on the scroll position, so scroll position, this is the scroll position, depending on this scroll position it is position relative until a given offset position is met in the viewport, then it sticks in the place like position fixed. Now let me explain you all of this by writing few lines of code, and then it will make sense. So let's comment this and comment this as well. And in our index.html we have this nav bar. Okay, so I'm just quickly going to uncomment it. Now you can see somewhere here, yeah, okay, so we have this nav bar. Now let's select this nav bar and provide it a position of sticky. Now by default, if you provide it a position of sticky, nothing will change. Okay, nothing will change. And of course, since sticky position works with a scroll behavior, then we need to increase the height as well. So let's quickly get this height. Okay, and if I scroll, nothing happens. Okay, because we certainly have said that, hey nav, your position is sticky, but we haven't defined the scroll position. Okay, so let me define the scroll position for this nav bar, but first of all let me define few stylings for all the anchor tags. So I have said all the anchor tags that is inside nav bar, so I have increased the font size and changed the color. So if I save, okay, now I can define the scroll position. So here I can say, let's say top of 10 pixel. So this in English translates as, hey navbar, your position is sticky when you are 10 pixel away from top. So move, but when you have a distance of only 10 pixel, then fix your position. So if I save this, now if I move the web page, you see now when our navbar finds that okay, so it has only 10 pixel of distance from top, it fixed itself. Okay, I can increase this to 15, and now when we will have 15 pixel of distance, now our navbar is fixed, and I can actually change this to -15 as well. So now our navbar will simply push inside the top. So if I save it, you will see our navbar will half be covered inside the top, and then it is fixing itself right there. So this is position sticky, and then after that we have this fixed. So fixed is also pretty easy to understand. Let me show you an example. So if I navigate little down, can you see this button here that I click, it takes me to the top of the web page. Let me click it again. Did you see it? It took me to the top of the web page, and if I navigate little down again, we'll be able to see it. So this is a anchor tag that is fixed on the right side of the bottom of the web page. So let's try to do something similar to this. Fixed simply means fixed. So here I have created a div. I have given this div a class of fixed, and then I selected that fixed class, gave it a width of 60 pixel, height of 60 pixel, and background color of orange, and it is appearing like this. Now I can provide this a position of fixed. Save this. Now it is gone. Now you can control the movement just the way you controlled the movement of an absolute element. Okay, but this element is always going to be fixed at a certain position. So here I can say that, hey div, I want you to be away 2 rem from right and 2 rem from bottom, so somewhere around here. Okay, so if I save this, you see our box is here, and when we scroll our web page, our box is always going to remain there no matter what, similar to something like this that we have here. We have made that fixed as well. Okay, so this is the very simple understanding of positioning. Now let's quickly talk about this G index, and this is also very easy to understand. Come on, let's go to positioning.css, and let me override few elements, and then we are going to talk about. So first of all, let's select the box one itself. Let's give it a position of absolute, and save it, and box one is here. Okay, now box one is here because it is taken out of the document flow, but box 2 is behind box 1. Now if you want to keep that box 2 above box 1, you can change the G index of box 2. So you can come to box 2, and here you can say G dash index, and since there is no G index applied on this box 1, you can always increase the G index here by 1. So you can say G index of 1, but when I will save it, nothing will happen. If I save this, see, nothing happens. Why? Because the rule is, if you are using G index property on any element, then there must be some sorts of positioning other than static applied to it. So again, the better positioning is you can apply a position of relative, because position of relative by default does not do anything. So if you apply position of relative and G index of 1, which is higher G index than this box 1, so box 2 will appear above box 1. Did you see that? Similarly, if you now increase the G index of box 1 to 2, now box 1 will appear over box 2. Did you see that? Now if you increase the G index of box 2 to 3, now box 2 will appear above box 1, and similarly if you increase the G index of 4 of box 1, now box 1 will appear over box 2. So the rule is very simple. If you want an element to appear over some element, then increase the G index of the element that you want to appear over an element. Okay, so the higher the G index, the above it will appear, but there must be some sorts of positioning other than static applied to it. So the better positioning that you should apply when using G index is position relative, because by default position relative does not do anything. Okay, to move this box, you are going to control the movement using top, left, bottom, right. Okay, but by default if you apply position relative, it does not gets rid of the document tree. It is still the part of document tree. Okay, so always use position of relative and then use G index. But if you have position of absolute applied on this box 1, then there must be some reason why you have applied position absolute, because you want to make this body relative, so you don't have to think much about G index issues. Okay, so here you can easily include G index of any number. So this is an overall understanding of positioning. Now again, if you are a beginner, this may sound little over intimidated. So I will suggest you to watch this lecture 2 or 3 times and do some manual coding on your own. Try to change the position, try to change the values, read these rules and try to understand. Okay, like we'll move inside its parent. So go and figure out who is the parent. Only if the parent has a position of other than static applied to it. What does it mean? And once you will be able to understand the complete fundamentals of these statements, you are going to master positioning. Okay, again, I do not use this word mastering very often because I don't believe in something like that. But again, if you want to become really good at CSS, then there are something that you need to understand to the core, and positioning is one of them. I hope you understood this. Next up, Flexbox, and after that we are going to talk about grid. So see you there.